Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers, Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. And that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under that deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to that charge. Amen. Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, welcome to today's sitting. I can see the front bench on my left is full. Yet they have a smaller cabinet than the one on the right. So I don't know whether it's because they are from the caucus or no, but they are always full. They're always full. And the other day, acting LOP, Honorable Semuju, Honorable Muanga Chivumbi, raised the point of procedure requiring that shadow cabinet should always occupy front seat, so that we also know you properly. Some of you, we don't know your shadow ministers. So it's very important to know the alternative when we are even picking you, when the minister on this side has raised an issue, we are able to call on you easily. Colleagues, today I've received a petition from Kasita. They have several issues, from unfair taxation regime to issues of high interest on loans, special fund to support them and all that. So I want to refer their petition to the Committee on Trade so that after where we can work closely with the executive and us colleagues, and we come up with solutions that would be able to help our traders. You've done a great job. You've done a tremendous job. As we prepare to go for recess, the speaker is very excited on the job you've done. We've exceeded our targets, our expectations as a house in terms of the deals and all that. So the speaker, together with the parliamentary commission, will be hosting you for dinner tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow evening. We'll be hosting all of you, honorable colleagues, for a dinner at 6:30 p.m. South Wing parking yard, our usual parking yard, so that we can, as colleagues, we come together and we share. There will be no transport refund for the dinner, so you'll bring yourself. Don't expect transport. But as you are aware, tomorrow, hey, please, colleagues. No, I'm communicating. This is the coup. You're already analyzing what I haven't finished. So, as you know, tomorrow we shall be having a presidential address. The president will be addressing the nation. So we are starting at 6:30 to ensure that we finish by 7:30. But arrangements have been made for those who wouldn't make it back home on time to telecast the presidential address at the dinner. So tomorrow we shall be happy to come and be happy with you, colleagues. And we share. Last week, colleagues also, if you remember, the Minister of Finance promised to come here and make a statement, brief the House on seedlings, especially for coffee and tea. So I expect him to come because we talked today and he said he would be here by 2. So once we finish matters of national importance, I will amend the order paper to accommodate the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Local Government to respond to members' issues, and then a motion which I had directed to be put on order paper, but we were not able to have an oversight. I want it considered today, motion by Honorable Agnes Apea. So with that, colleagues, we got matters of national importance, and I will start. Yes, Lop.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you talked about the Minister of Finance coming to address Parliament, my initial insights were that he would even be available in your considered amendment of the order paper to address the matter for which you gave express orders relating to a statement made by the opposition on releases to entities. Honorable Speaker, the month is on the horizon, and part of what wanted to be addressed is the non-payment of staff of the various entities and the minister's non-committal. Of course, you raised your own misgivings about government choosing to issue press releases instead of responding to questions in Parliament. Had the minister been able to make available reason why we should not hold?
Clerk have that on order paper tomorrow as a substantive item. Thank you, Rob, for that kind reminder. Honorable Teddy Numbers. Honorable Macho, you had?
Yes.
You had the procedure, Macho?
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
sir.
Honorable Teddy, just a minute. Then after.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you for your communication concerning the issue of the Casita's petition. Mr. Speaker, the whole country is just recovering from COVID-19 economic crisis. And during the COVID-19 crisis, government, through the same minister, gave a privilege to traders, majorly those in the hotel industry, in health and in education, with a COVID-19 relief loan with an interest rate of 10%. Mr. Speaker, that money has not been taken by the people because banks put up very, very strict restrictions. Pray, Mr. Speaker, that when the Minister of Finance is coming, he should come and update Parliament concerning that loan, whether it has benefited our people and which capacity it has been observed and taken over by business committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Information.
Honorable colleague, don't access the microphone without my permission. Okay? And then also information, you ask a member who is holding the floor. Unfortunately, his time is gone because he can only give you part of his or her time. Now, Honorable Macho, this is one of the issues which they raised. Okay? So we want the committee to go back, scrutinize. Yeah, good. They usually do for us a very good job. Then we come and we discuss the committee report here. We adopt resolutions, and then we task government to go and ensure these resolutions are implemented. Yes, position whip.
Mr. Speaker,
Then Honorable Kotogo and Honorable Semugai.
I'm on the same Casita petition, Mr. Speaker, and you are the custodian of our rules. Under normal procedure, Mr. Speaker, such a petition should be read in the House before its reference to the relevant committee. But that today things have changed, that's why. But I'm not challenging your ruling. But I'm only reminding you that where we go astray, correction is our welcome.
Honorable Nambeshe, you know the rules. Give me authority to either send that petition to a minister, or I bring it on the floor, or I send it to the committee. So it can, if it's given to a member can read it on the floor. Okay? But this is given to the speaker, not to Nambeshe. That's the difference between the two members. So honorable, but in the end, it will come here. Okay? Yes, it will come here. So this came to me directly, and I used my authority as per the rule to refer it to the committee. I had allowed Honorable Okoto Gong. Colleagues, today we have a very long order paper. So I don't want to
Mr.
take much
Speaker,
of our time.
I'm also rising
Yes.
on the issue of Kasita. And I want to agree with you that this matter went straight to your office. And it is now your authority to direct it to a committee that you would choose to handle that petition. But I'd like to request that if it pleases you, that will be referred to the Committee of Trade to handle that matter, because they have been handling that petition for a long
I
time.
referred it to which committee?
Oh,
I referred it to trade.
Oh,
Honorable
thank you.
colleague. Yeah,
thank you.
thank you. Yes, Honorable Somuju?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know on the order paper, we have a statement on Ebola. But I wanted to seek your indulgence. Some institutions have been closed in the areas where Ebola has been reported. But we have colleagues here who are residents in those areas. And I have known this parliament for taking precautions, especially on matters as serious as Ebola. Yet these colleagues have been allowed to interact and socialize with us as if there are no problems in their areas. So I wanted to seek your indulgence, whether they can be asked to excuse themselves for the general good of parliament.
Okay. Thank
For
you.
the general good of parliament.
Yeah.
I wanted to raise that under Rule 59, which is a matter of privilege.
Thank you.
But I thought, Mr. Speaker, under your general authority, you can deal with it.
Thank you. Now, you see, the funny bit with this is, if there is anyone I will start with, it is Honorable Semuju, because Kasangati, Kasangati is not his area. He has survived me. Because I knew Kasangati, I was going to order right away. So, but I can say Wakiso district where he is a resident. But honorable colleagues, the other day I asked you to exercise caution. I emphasized it on the floor here. Now, if the case is in Kasanda, if the case is in Muvende, no, Kasanda or Muvende, because it's under Greater Muvende. And the members followed our guidance. Okay, me, what I ran from, what I picked from Honorable Semuju's submission is that colleagues, you need to be cautious, more cautious. You start interacting with people, then you pick out Ebola and you bring it here. Okay? Otherwise, it's difficult for me because I don't have any proof that apart from being residents of those areas and coming from Muvende, that they have been there. Okay? And if I say Wakiso, most of us would go. So we wouldn't have this house. Yeah. But take it positively, what Honorable Semuju has raised, that we need to be very cautious as colleagues. So, Honorable Teddy numbers, No, Honorable Linda, what's the issue? Just let me allow Honorable Linda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to raise the issue of the petition of Kasita, that it's not only traders in Kampala who are affected. Right now, they are equally affected. Thank you, Right Honorable
Sure,
Speaker.
Sure, Honorable. In my letter, I've told them to handle general issues to do with the traders. Thank you. Honorable Ted numbers? 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm raising on a matter of urgent importance regarding my
Can you switch on, Honorable colleague?
I'm raising on a matter of urgent importance regarding 250 families at Bugai Village, Umoz Ward in Impigi Town Council, who are being forced to vacate their land in an illegal process by a team led by Sencha David, the so-called administrator of the late Muba, the land in question. The aforementioned victims are Bibanja holders who have been on this land for a long period of time and paying rental fees. This qualifies them as lawful occupants. Regrettably, with impurity, Right Honorable, the estate administrators have gone ahead to fence, destroying people's crops and denying them access to their plots. Right Honorable Speaker, although DPC of Mpigi, Madam Jessica Nawe, engaged both parties in a harmonization meeting on 12 August, all orders he issued were foiled. This tension between the two antagonistic parties. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, let the Minister for Lands and Urban Development visit the locus to diagnose this matter and give everlasting solution, because as it appears, the security office have failed to yield harmony.
Thank you.
My prayer number 2, may the minister also cause the party claiming the ownership to avail the documents regarding ownership of this land. I beg to move.
Thank you. Attorney General, you've been helping us so much on these matters, and you made very strong statements, these matters of eviction. Can you help us here?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, what we've been doing with cases that have several persons involved in land disputes, whether it's privately owned or government owned, we request you to give us the details so we can get involved in the case. At times we are forced to acquire these properties because there are probably 3 sub-counties and you can no longer remove them from the land. So I'll request that you share with me the details of this case. I'll take it up with my office and I'll also follow up with the Minister of Land. But that's what we are generally doing. Any case that involves more than 100 people, the Attorney General's chambers gets involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Yume, you had 2 matters. Please raise one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. 2 weeks ago, there was a grenade blast in Koboko Municipality under Sian Bridge, and it killed one Jamal Aliga, 14 years old, and injured 4 other siblings. So I would want the Minister of Security to tell us whether this is an act of terrorism or war material left behind from previous insurgencies, but cognizant this is a municipality, and some level of compensation to the family that lost 1, injured 4. And Right Honorable Speaker, that speaks into the 16 schools that I counted this year where there have been strikes that led to loss of property and loss of life within the West Nile region. So I would also want the Ministry of Education to come up with a statement, but most importantly, investigate these strikes that have plagued the West Nile region this year. Thank you.
Thank you. So you got away of bringing out two issues when I told you one. So, but you're forgiven. Chief Whip. Yes. I know you can even handle issues of grenades.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I believe the issue raised by the Honorable Member should go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. My office undertakes to write and also inform the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of Education and Sports.
The one of education is here. Yeah. Honorable Muyingo is here.
Since the Honorable Minister of Education is here, my office undertakes to handle the one with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And if you give him time next week, the minister can make a statement on the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Education, continuous strikes in West Nile schools.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and my dear colleagues. I've taken note of what the Honorable Member has presented. I'm going to investigate it and I'll report back, Right Honorable Speaker.
We shall work it out with the clerk, depending on the recess period. We shall be having. Honorable Naume Kawasharira. Okay. Honorable Dr. Isingoma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising up under a matter of urgent national importance, and this is to do with the payment of salaries and wages of staff in district local governments. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, districts and city governments are stuck because they are unable to process salaries of the civil servants in those areas because of the failure by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to release money catering for the enhanced salaries of science teachers and medical workers. Right Honorable Speaker, you and me know that by this time, ordinarily, all civil servants should have been paid salaries, but that's not so for the district local governments. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is for the Minister of Public Service and Finance, these two ministries, can they really, rise up to the occasion and sort out this problem as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Before we end up in a very, very embarrassing situation.
Thank you.
Information to my friend here.
No, not on matters of national
not on matters of
importance.
sit.
Honorable Minister of Public Service.
Sit.
It's your colleague ordering you to sit, not me. So, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to thank our MP of Hoima City for this question. Indeed, all of us are aware about this very issue, and we are actually rising up to the occasion, as you said, to expedite the process of paying salaries across government. Thank you very much.
No, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, when are they receiving money? Just tell us. Because you've said that indeed you've managed to move fast.
Right Honorable Speaker, yes, that's how the member clarified. So, Honorable Speaker, I have told you and the members that we are expediting the process. We as Ministry of Public Service, we already submitted our request. Now we are waiting for funds from Ministry of Finance.
Okay, Honorable colleague, the Minister of Finance is coming, so I'll ask him to update us on that, okay? Yes. Honorable Etuka Isaac. Honorable Sasaga. I have your issue on UNEB withholding examination material.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I post the Prime Minister
Okay.
who talked of getting back to the Minister in charge of Education, but since he's around,
Yeah.
maybe can clarify.
Please raise it properly so that he can clarify.
Yes, Right Honorable Minister. Speaker, yes, Right Honorable Speaker. No, let me come up. Uganda National Examinations Board is withholding examination materials for several schools in Uganda for both UCE and USCE over clearances by the schools to Sesamat and UNSA. Yet the candidates cleared all the registration fees to UNEB. And if UNEB has an understanding with those other bodies, it should not attach the examination materials, no results of the schools. So I wanted the ministry perhaps to update us of the status of the understanding between the Ministry of Education, UNEB, and Sesamat and UNSA. That was prayer one. Number two was for UNEB to refrain from attaching results of schools based on the understanding with Sesamat and UNSA, because those are voluntary contributions from schools to those bodies, and they are not legally binding with UNEB.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and my dear colleagues. Last week, Uganda National Examination Board started conducting national exams, all-level examinations. And I'm happy to inform you that we started with oral French, and the exercise went on very well. Every candidate who had been registered to do French was able to do French, and I thank God for that. Right Honorable Speaker, as I said, all those who had registered for French did French. But I'm going to follow up this withholding, and I want to agree with the Right Honorable, my colleague, and make sure that UNEB concentrates on its work, on its mandate, and we leave others to conduct their business as mandated by law. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. You see, clarification is for the minister, not me, and he has not given you, Honorable Rabirindori. Honorable Rabirindori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand on a matter of national importance. In the recent weeks, in Uganda district, we have had torrential rains, storms affecting many of our areas, especially the hilly areas which border with Whezu. Houses have been razed, gardens swept, animals, banana plantations down. The rains have also swept our roads and bridges. In town,
Prayers, Honorable, because your time is about to.
In Funda, in the middle of the town, the rain has swept up a road and cut it off. We have ditches up.
Colleagues, let's listen to the Honorable Member.
Up to 8 feet. And my prayers, we request for relief food and relief items.
Thank you.
If you can ask the Prime Minister's office, if we can also get some iron.
Honorable, I told you time would be done, but thank you for representing your people. You've raised the issue. So government,
Thank you so much. Right Honorable
colleagues,
Speaker
let's listen to
and
one another.
member for raising this issue. Honorable Member, we are waiting for that letter written by the Chief Administrative Officer on behalf of the District Disaster Committee. Sorry for what happened, but we are ready. Just send your request. The office will get in touch with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Crack, the Minister of Finance has come. You can go to his statement.
Item 3, update on government financing of coffee and tea seedlings and other seeds and planting materials by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Honorable Minister. And Honorable Ministers, you come for that also. Later on, you will help clarify for us when you for districts and cities, because the Minister of Public Service has said it's already submitted to you.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is a statement about the planned distribution of verified coffee and tea seedlings on deferred payment. That statement is already uploaded on your machines. Last week, you don't know the machines.
Honorable, we upload on the system. Then systems are run on machines.
Thank you for the correction, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I promised on a serious note to return to this House on the issue of supply of coffee and tea seedlings in view of the petitions from various stakeholders seeking intervention to avert, one, the risk of losses to nursery operators, two, the risk of farmers missing out on the second planting season.
Honorable, adjust the microphone where honorable, we hear you properly.
Oh. The risk of farmers missing out on the second planting season on account of the lack of seedlings to plant. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as you may be aware, until financial year 21 and 22, government policy has been for Uganda Coffee Development Authority and the National Agricultural Advisory Services, NADS, to procure seedlings.
Switch on.
From the certified coffee and tea nursery operators. However, government has effective this financial year 22-23 decided to transfer funding previously budgeted for procurement of seedlings from UCDA and NADS to the parish development model. This policy change did not provide for any transition to address the already produced seedlings by certified nursery operators to supply to the farmers. Consequently, there are mature coffee and tea seedlings that certified nursery operators have in stock that will be unsuitable for planting if not planted during the current season. Colleagues, the total value of the mature seedlings of coffee and tea available for planting in the September-November period is estimated or about 93.3 billion Uganda shillings. Government has decided to allow the nursery operator to supply the farmers on the requisition by the leadership of the parish circles. This leadership will be charged with the responsibility of ensuring there is no air supply or inflated claims. Below the table, maybe let me read this as well. The table shows the estimated value of the available tea and the coffee seedlings. Tea is 53,908,958,400,000 shillings Uganda. Then coffee, it is 39,439 shillings, 115,500 shillings. The total is the 93 billion, sorry. 3,900. Honorable Speaker, this will be a one-off intervention to evacuate the mature coffee and tea seedlings. Payment for the off-takes will be settled by government in 2 financial years, that is 23-24 and 24-25. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, you remember where the minister said we didn't have that money. We gave a proposal because we had a petition, you remember, from the nursery bed operator who said, allow us to supply, then you can pay within 3 years. And you pay later within 3 years. So this is in line with the prayers that were in the petition. What is very important, Honorable Minister, is ensuring that indeed this does not stop here, but you right away direct NADS and Coffee Development Authority to start the supply process because the rain is not waiting for us. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, I wanted to, because like, yeah,
Honorable, from the statement of the minister, it is the parish circles. From the statement of the minister, it is the parish circles, not NADS or UCD. So it's important to understand that. Yes.
But just wait, colleagues. So, Honorable Minister, in short, what you did, you wanted to knock us out technically. You deny us seedlings indirectly. Yeah, this was a shortcut of denying us seedlings because these circles are not yet created. That's why you yourself, you've not yet released parish development model money. And the rain will not wait for you to create these circles. Yeah, Attorney General, let the Attorney General first help me.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think let's not half represent. Procure the identification of the beneficiary will be at that level. The procurement is at a different level. You see, these
at which level, if you can be specific?
Right Honorable Speaker,
yeah.
If a person wants to get, we have 2 challenges. We cannot procure seedlings which are not going to be off-taken.
Yes.
Government does not have an ability at this point to determine who needs.
Mm-hmm.
So the need is to be determined at. Let's
listen, please, colleagues. Please, colleagues. Colleagues, you see, you better listen. Then I give you chance. You rebuttal his submission. No, don't allow to be confused. If he's trying to confuse you, don't allow to be confused. Now, if you are allowed to be confused, it will be your problem. Yeah. So,
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The determination of the demand is the one that is being referred to the circle. The demand. The right honorable members, colleagues, let's listen. Let's first listen to each other. There is a need, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a demand, a certain demand for seedling which is unknown at this point. And Speaker, you could guide us.
Now, Honorable Attorney General, let me just, okay, colleagues, I'm going to give you a chance. Let me first put this for the Attorney General from my experience in my constituency. Honorable Attorney General, I was in my constituency the other Monday, and I was meeting coffee farmers. After being told by the president, we must go and we mobilize our people to go into cash crops and we liberate our economy. UCDA wrote through Operation Wealth Creation to all leaders, to community development officers at sub-county level, that everyone who wants coffee, register. Now, in my constituency, they didn't only do that. They said the registration is not enough. You go and dig holes. So Operation Wealth Creation is going to come and count the holes you've dug. So if you have dug 20 holes, you'll be given 20 seedlings, even if you have what? Even if you have asked for 100 seedlings. Now, that has been done. The holes are ready. The holes are ready. They've been ready for over a month, for 2 months. What we need are seedlings. And that we submitted everything to the district to relay. Now, you are saying we appreciate that, but we don't want to go that way. What we need is for a parish development circle, for a circle, a parish circle, okay? To be the one to go and identify. But the circles are not there. So that's a clarification we would need. Who is going, Honorable Minister, and I want us to be proper, I want us to move together. Who is going to identify the farmers who are ready to receive seedlings? Who is going to identify? Honorable Pair, Honorable Samba, and then Dr. Wanika, and yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I've listened. Right, discussing an item in the budget that was appropriated by this House. Is it I mean, when you start talking about the two financial years, we appropriated money for coffee seedlings to the tune of 20 billion, 30 billion. The proposal you are bringing now, is it for another financial year or for this financial year? Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of parish development model, the issue of parish circle, whatever, has got nothing to do with the coffee. What we are talking about now, the holes are ready, the coffee seedlings have overgrown, money has been appropriated for coffee. Are we really proceeding right to allow this minister all the time coming with us with the stories in this House? I thank you.
Thank you.
But Honorable colleague has put a question, has asked me. I think Honorable colleague, we are proceeding. So we are proceeding with. You wanted first make a clarification, Honorable Minister?
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Samba, before you come, let the Minister. Switch on, Honorable.
I am glad the honorable member there has clarified. There is money in the budget, but that money is not sufficient. So, therefore,
But colleagues, you see, colleagues, you make my work difficult. Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. what we are talking about is the balance. There is money in the budget, but that money is not sufficient to cover all the cost of the seedlings in the garden, in the nurseries now. And that's why we are saying that amount will be paid in the next two financial years.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you had given me opportunity.
I had given Honorable Samba.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the minister's statement, he said when they were designing the PDM, there was no transition plan. And he stated it very well. They have no transition plan from the previous institutions that have been managing these seedlings. Right, Honorable Speaker, these are our institutions. UCDA is a government institution. NADS is a government institution, which are existing. The minister should tell us what's wrong with these institutions to the associations which do not exist at the moment. I will give you information. Right, Honorable Speaker, UCDA in Kasanda has structures of identifying coffee farmers. And they've just taken us through a process. In my constituents, they identified 300 holes, 300,000 holes already dug by farmers. UCDA has the record. Now the minister is here telling us to start another process. When we are talking about planting this season, and this season means today, means tomorrow, means next week. Information, Honorable Enos.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform my honorable colleague and the House that at the start of the season, actually that was in May, UCDA called for application. Farmers put in their request for seedlings. These records are with UCDA. The moment you talk about identifying those who want or demand, I think you are wrong, because the demand has already been identified. UCDA has the records. All that we are waiting for are the seedlings. Apparently, you have accepted to supply seedlings on credit, which is very good. I would rather we pick the records that are with UCDA, have the seedlings supplied on time, because we only have actually like 4 weeks left for the rains to stop. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Help us.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to urge the Minister of Finance, please, Honorable Minister, the process you're talking about is already done by UCDA. Kindly accept to work with UCDA. We shall get the coffee for our farmers. Thank you very much.
You see, colleagues, what we are saying is very simple. You're referring the matter to we don't have these circles. If the circles were ready, yes, Honorable Minister yourself, you would have already given them money for parish model. The reason you've not released the money for parish model, the circles are not ready.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when the clerk read the item on the order paper, he talked about seedlings, which is coffee and the tea and other seeds. The minister's statement has been limited to only coffee and the tea. Not aware that we are coming from areas that badly need other seeds, as per our request that we made here the other day. And then too, Right Honorable Speaker, as far as the tea and coffee is concerned, the needs assessment was already done. The numbers were raised. So we want, Honorable Minister, to add on the aspect of other seeds that we are waiting for in the rest of the country. other than areas where some of us don't grow tea. Information, Solomon.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. No, Honorable, please. No, please take your seat. Honorable Ganika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the parish development model circles, they are made up of 39% of the households of the people of Uganda. These people are characterized by having no land, they are landless. We cannot send the work of identifying the farmers of coffee to a parish development model circle. Honorable Kashaija, why do you want to kill coffee in this country? Why do you want to kill tea? You know that, first of all, number two, these are 39% of the farmers. You want the 39% to decide for the other 61%. The work of identifying farmers has already been done by UCDA. Leave them to do their work. They have identified the farmers. They have the nursery proprietors. Let them give us the seedlings so that we continue. Rains are getting over. Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju, I call Honorable Muicha, then the Minister of Agriculture. Seems want to say something. Honorable Semuju.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be extra intelligent to see the problem. You started with the Minister of Finance. The one of Agriculture came in. Then the Attorney General came and made the situation worse. Of course, I cannot accuse your government of competence, but even simple things you can't explain. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is aware that this parliament took a decision and stopped you from financing Munyonyo, which is a private entity. You have just written to the Auditor General requesting for permission to give Munyonyo money when Parliament refused. And then for coffee, which is the mainstay of our population, you are saying the money is not sufficient. Really, I don't know whether you are sabotaging that government or you are already tired and in retirement. Because you give someone, a private person, money to construct a hotel, one person. You have farmers without seedlings and they come to Parliament and tell the Parliament that the money is not.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week when the minister said he was consulting, I asked him, you are consulting who? Because I had talked to NADS, they said he has not talked to them. I had talked to UCDA, he had not talked to them. Now you can see, even with the Minister of Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, please allow me to speak.
Order.
He is the honorable member of parliament from Buweju, in order to tell lies that I, Matia Kashaya Rwabiamuhito, that I have not talked to NADS. I was with NADS yesterday. I was with you yesterday. What are you talking about? Is in order.
So now, Honorable Mujicha and Honorable Kasaija, your issues are beyond here. But it's not good. It's not good call each other, Ryan. Yeah, and it goes on the record of Parliament. Okay, that's not a honorable way of doing things. Okay, we can say as a
The Minister of Finance knows that his role is limited to availability of money and committing government to pay. But the role of implementing and distribution is the Minister of Agriculture with agencies like UCDA and NADS. What is happening now, the Minister of Finance wants to go into distribution. They want to decide how the modalities, which is limited to agriculture. And that's why the Minister of Agriculture is saying, if they are talking about circles, then it is not us. What has happened with the Minister of Agriculture? Then two, Right Honourable Speaker, I speak for Buweju. The Minister of Agriculture did a verification report about how many seedlings we have and how many farmers want them. They have a report. They wrote to the Minister of Finance. He has a copy. Now you ask yourself, why does he want to begin afresh at the end of a process? Because, and I really don't want to, no, let me not go there.
Okay, Honorable colleague. Honorable
Speaker, as I conclude, please.
And Honorable Mara, we conclude.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I need also to pick this side.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and to thank the Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, what is happening and what has happened, for example, in my constituency and in Busoga, Right Honorable Speaker, UCDA went ahead to come and visit farmers. And what the farmers did, the farmers went and borrowed money to hire labor to dig the holes. And farmers got loans with the expectation that they are going to get these planting seeds the seedlings immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, they borrowed money for manure, they borrowed money to create the holes. Right now, what do we tell these farmers? Because now, Right Honorable Speaker, the interest on the loans keep on going up.
Thank you, Honorable.
And the farmers are totally stranded, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Finance for accepting that Parliament appropriated money for seedlings, for coffee and for tea. And there are institutions that are responsible for distributing those items. What I would want to see is that let the money be given to those entities to deal with the seedlings which are now available. If the money is not sufficient, the Minister of Agriculture can come back here for more money for us to give under supplementary. What is important, I support the, but as an economist, the coffee sector is now giving us in the tune of 900 million every financial year. So it's a backbone of our economy. The budget committee and this parliament decided that this money should be appropriated for coffee, for tea, although the executive had said no. I think they are actually not being, how do I call it? They are not being supportive. Let them exercise their role and make sure the money is released to UCDA and to NADS to handle coffee seedlings and tea seedlings. That's what we need.
Thank you.
I submit.
Yeah, Rwampara. No, no, Minister, I just wanted
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then,
I want to thank colleagues for very good submissions that I've had and the passion behind having coffee and tea and other crops that are a backbone of this economy. Right Honorable Speaker, we are well aware that pitting has already been done. And that's the process that helps us to have a good ending. Having ready pits at the beginning, but also having quality seedlings. I have had submissions that are trying to negate the intervention of NADS and UCDA. Who is going to control the quality of the seedlings that we are going to give our people? If that is not done and they are picked by the so-called circles which come later, we are going to fail the process from the beginning, Right Honorable Speaker. It is important, therefore, that we let UCDA and NADS remain in control for quality purposes.
Thank you. Honorable Baba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Those of us from the north have been encouraged to grow coffee, to enter into the perennial crops. Now the Minister of Finance is letting us down. Even when he read the budget speech, he never mentioned parish development model. Now he's talking about SACCO. Honestly, UCDA is the most competent body to deal with coffee seedlings and other crops. UCDA has already put plans. They even appointed agents all over the districts to supervise the planting of this coffee. This is true of Koboko. Now what is this SACCO to go to? Who in particular in SACCO do we go to verify this? SACCO is anonymous in the villages. Please, my appeal to the minister, don't disappoint us who are trying to respond to the president's appeal to enter into perennial crops so that we do the right things and give it back to UCDA so that they supervise these things properly. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Rob, can I get point of procedure from Honorable Jonathan Odo?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the point of procedure I'm raising relates to the statement the minister brought to us. In the statement, the minister says that they have sat down and decided to move the funding, which touches on the constitutionality of Article 156, appropriation. When Parliament sits and budgets, it processes a bill under a specific heading. That heading is what Parliament appropriates money to, be it UCDA or any other entity. Are we right to entertain a statement that overthrows the power of this Parliament by moving a vote appropriated by Parliament to something that is alien to this House? Are we proceeding right, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minister, I wanted to respond to that. You can switch on. Yes.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let's cut the long story short. There is money in the budget. It should have come maybe in the statement. That will be taken care of. UCDA, I was with them yesterday, so were not. But for me, what I'm talking about are those extra, shall I call them plantlets or seedlings? Extra seedlings, because the money we are talking about is the money appropriated is something like 35 billion, but the seedlings now, there are 93 billion. So there is a difference of 60 billion. That's what we are talking about. That is the one which I'm talking about. So to cut the story short, we shall release the money to UCDA and NADS as per budget.
That's it.
Okay? But for the additional, for the extra seedlings, I beg Parliament to listen to us. Then that one should go through the process which we have agreed up, which I'm telling you now.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, if you had started that way, we wouldn't be having a problem. Because, Honorable Minister, there is no way Parliament can tell you to go and procure seedlings which it didn't appropriate for. For us, we've been talking about money we appropriate. Okay? Hey, we've been talking about, just wait a bit. We've been talking about money we appropriated. Because even for the money we appropriated, now, Honorable Minister, let us be clear, colleagues. So for the money we appropriated, which is clear, when are we starting to receive seedlings? Let it be the question.
You see, honorable colleagues, honorable minister, honorable minister.
Since the money,
There is no way minister can be standing up and you say minister is not going to tell the truth. He is the minister, you approved him, he will tell the truth. So please, no, that's indiscipline, honorable colleague. No. Honorable minister, give your colleague a benefit of doubt.
Honorable Sewungu, you should learn how to respect the people. I'm an old man. I don't know how many years younger you are.
Now, honorable, can I just stop quarreling also?
Honorable Speaker, the time I've been here, I'm very careful. And sometimes you see me, I keep quiet when things are moving on. Honorable Speaker, the practice in this country on seedlings has been like this. Whenever we pass a budget, the Operation Wealth Creation, those in charge, go out and allow people to provide the seedlings before even the money is paid. That has been the practice. What is happening now, Honorable Speaker, is that we are saying people have already dug their holes, but there are no seedlings served. Actually, NASECO, providing beans, providing maize, and others have been providing us all these seedlings.
That's the point of order.
Made. So the point of order I'm raising, is it in order for the Honorable Minister, who is fond of giving misleading information all the time, to come before this house and hide himself under extra seedlings? Yet we have not seen even those that we are budgeted for. Yet those farmers who provide the seedlings are paid almost even after 2 years when they are provided people with the seedlings.
Thank you.
The issue here, Mr. Speaker, is seedlings should be given out by now. The farmers who have provided these seedlings will demand, and they get numbers from UCDA. That's what has been happening.
Thank you, Honorable.
Why are you telling misleading information? And you know you were in church last Sunday. Why?
Thank you.
Can you go for penitence?
Thank you.
Then you attack the person of Sewungu, who is giving good information after being allowed by the speaker. Apologize for this house.
Thank you.
No, Speaker. But let the farmers get their seedlings. Payments come after. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
so is he in order? And very irregular here.
Now, yes, number one, Honorable Sewungu, it was not in order for you to make your submission, you conclude, you sit, and then you allow Honorable Mwijuche to mislead you to come back on the floor and raise other questions. That wasn't in order for you. But number two, colleagues, you see, when you put in a record of answer that someone made a misleading statement, okay? And listen, colleagues, and it goes on the record of answer, then it means we are a house which can be misread, and we are not even able to challenge anyone misleading us. It means it is still standing on the record of the house. And yet, we never subjected a member to any process or debated and concluded that he misread the house. So when I was saying first clear for me on that, you can say the statements are not satisfactory, but when you say misreading to the house, that would be wrong.
Honorable Speaker, it is on record, we know the Honorable Kasaija always says the economy is. Secondly, is a way of the practice. Honorable Speaker, this one is, even if you go to UCDA,
no, even if Honorable Korip, don't bring statements which were made to the media, you bring to formalize them on
even right here, right now, Speaker. So, he has not released the funds, but his coffee seedings can be given out before funds are released. Because he knows it, that they always pay these people after almost 2 years when they are demanding.
Honorable Sewungu, what I'm telling you is simple, that it is not you to declare submissions of this house misleading.
Mr. Speaker, the
So
word
you
misleading.
can change the language.
That's why I avoided the word lying to misleading because it's more polite. And indeed, the word misleading is very accommodative. Very accommodative, I know, Speaker. But in the interest of Onmati Akasaja not to get pressure from here, I can withdraw. You are not misleading, but you're not telling what we need from your bottom of your heart.
Honorable colleague, you know, usually I don't want. That's honorable. It's on the same? No, no. We are. You see, honorable colleagues, if you are misled, don't judge the whole house to be misled. If you don't understand a colleague and for you, indeed, you're misled, you're in no man's land, that's your problem, not a problem of the house. So I don't want all that to be imputed on the house. And let's be cautious of the language we use. I try to be flexible, but sometimes you push us into a corner. And so let's be cautious of the language we use, okay? So Minister, you are, no, the minister are still on, then Lopa will allow you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
Let's finish this matter.
As I said, let us cut the long story short. The money in the budget is going to be released. I need to check with the treasury. Just hold on, because I don't want to tell you tomorrow. Please, I do not release the cash. This must be cash. If we want, I can come back tomorrow to tell you when exactly. Or allow me to get out. I'm going to consult with my
Honorable Minister.
Yes, please.
You see, colleagues have told you the practice, and you know what we need are seedlings. These people you repay later. You have your processes. So can we say tomorrow you're writing to Minister of Agriculture, authorizing him to start the process of procuring seedlings? Period.
No, Mr. Speaker, there are two segments now. There is a segment where we have the money in the budget.
They are appropriated. We on the appropriated, Honorable Minister.
That's what I think I was talking about. And somebody here said, when are you going to release the money? We are going to release it as soon as possible for sure. But I cannot say it is tomorrow because I have to check the treasury, as I said. Now, for the rest, colleagues, let us understand each other. For the rest, we should supply them in accordance with what we are proposing and pay for them in 2 financial years.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, when are you procuring seedlings? Because the minister has said money is available.
Let this issue not divide us. First of all, we have all one step. The Minister of Finance has committed to allow national operators to supply. That's step number 1. And Right Honorable Speaker, you've been passionate about that. Even if there is no money to release tomorrow or even later, as long as the Right Honorable, the Minister of Finance and the PSST right to allow responsible institutions to commit and the supply will go on. The rest of the detail of how agriculture and finance will work to monitor, because you see, one point the Minister of Finance is saying, even when seedlings were being distributed by NADS and OWC, there were complaints. There were complaints of seeds becoming in late. There were complaints of quality. So why the executive said we want the farmers through their circles to participate? It's a control measure. Don't mind about it. I am not taking you back. Let the supply be authorized. We shall work out a mechanism with finance, with PDM, which is on the ground, and we shall verify. Please, just be patient. We shall verify who has been supplied, such that, colleagues, you don't come back here to say there was air supply, isn't it? Even UCDA wants help of districts. UCDA wants help of farmer circles to be sure. The treasury is tight. The economy is tight. Every penny spent must be accounted for. So I really stand here to assure you that let's not harass Honorable Kasaija. Let's stand with him. He has accepted to give the money. He has accepted to give the authorization. Allow us to give orders, certify the national operators, but the mechanism of verification, Right Honorable Speaker, allow it to be an administrative function of the ministries.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we shall not finish this matter. Now, what we've captured is very simple. Number one, on money which we appropriated. Because, Honorable Minister, we cannot push you on money we never appropriated. And the next time, avoid that. Because you're trapping us. We are making, you want us to make a resolution without going through the due process of appropriation. That's your administrative matter you can handle. So we are limiting ourselves to money which we appropriated. And all we are saying is very simple. The rains are not waiting for us. And that's why you're seeing all this pressure. We still have colleagues around 2-3 weeks of rain. Okay? So what we need, Honorable Minister, is authorize the responsible entities in line with money which was appropriated. Limit yourself to money which was appropriated. Then we start planting. That's very simple. Then you verify and make payments the way you've been doing it. But then you inform farmers, if you don't want to go on with that business in future, then you will inform people that next time you start doing nursery beds, government will not be able to buy your seedlings. That one is an issue for you to handle. So we wouldn't want to go into the administrative issues, but the arguments here are taken us in. Rope, after Rope, I will allow Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The reason why this debate dragged on this long is because probably the Honorable Kasaija, a veteran and a very decent man, got this house on the wrong side. First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, if the Minister of Finance desired to amend the appropriation bill, they will come with a bill to amend. But he's aware there was no release in Q1 out of the 30 billion for coffee, 12 billion for tea, and 9 billion for oil seeds. Nothing was released. So what he did not tell the House is who asked for the being released. I can only ask of this House to take this vigilance you're exhibiting today seriously. That's what makes you a House of Parliament. I am very sure the Minister of Finance probably did not bear in mind the fact that the House was alert. And Right Honorable Speaker, why I was sitting on speaking is to again to ask the Minister of Finance, Right Honorable Speaker, to assure you and the House that tomorrow he will bring that statement you demanded on releases, because that's where we have very serious issues. Our insistence on the statement is not in vain. And the House can now see why we have been insistent on a statement of releases for this financial year. Because the Minister of Finance, if you want to change appropriation, this is the House of Parliament. Please move formally. You cannot catch us sleeping. If you want to change the way government planned, please come here formally and make a case. We all know you are struggling with the cash, but you cannot succeed in shortchanging the House of Parliament that made this budget. We can work with you to agree on what is on the horizon, barely a few days away. And you're saying people are demanding for the extra. Who is asking for the extra? We must know that person who is demanding extra in these hard times. So we ask of you to move decently. And I have known my brother, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, as being smart. I don't know who bewitched you today. To allow
Honorable, you want to say we have a bewitched member in the House?
to attempt to come and take us for, but the fact of the matter, Honorable Speaker, is government must move as per the plan. And you see, unless the Minister of Finance would love to come and say that the government long collapsed, stick to the budget. We shall not demand for more, Honorable Speaker. The demands of our people are legitimate. The supplies of the seedlings are known to receiving their payments late. Of course, government is known to being a serial data. That is acceptable. But can we do this together, Honorable Minister? We shall give you support. Before we can't ask for supplementary. Let's deal with this. Then we shall move forward in the next financial year, but don't bring a supplementary for consumption. Bring for productive sectors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Second.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I kept quiet as I saw the debate raising voices. I have spoken in this parliament before. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken in this parliament before, and I would encourage you, for the time you preside over this house, parliament to be seen to be an institution builder. We have and now we can see the price. One, you have NADS, whose mandate has been expanded beyond the statutory lines that it was created for. NADS is intended to provide technical advisory services. We took it into distribution of seedlings. We created another one in an ad hoc manner called Operation Wealth Creation. What it is doing is not defined by law. We brought this thing called PDM, and we asked a question: where is the legal framework for PDM? It is not there, not even a policy framework. Now you can see how we are running a disjointed government by looking at each other in competition and fighting. You can see how the Minister of Agriculture comes here and tells you a story. The Minister of Finance is telling you a different story. My big brother, the Attorney General, comes to guide, and you see the reaction. Maybe going forward, after to come back here and look at the institutions we created consciously and those that we might have created subconsciously or even unconsciously to harmonize operations of government. Finally, Mr. Speaker, and this is where I really felt for my big brother, again, the Minister of Finance. Someone is telling me, no, he's not a judge. We are colleagues. We are colleagues in this institution. You see, when we gave you our money, your duty, first of all, is to disburse. Then you come back and tell us, from your demands, it is more than you appropriated that is needed. But now you're telling us to speak in the future and say, you're looking at 90 billion. And finally, as chair of PAC, one of the areas we are looking at and that is causing a lot of concern are domestic areas. You engage these people, you do not pay them, and you cripple the economy. Information from the Honorable Semuju.
But Honorable colleague, you are 2 minutes.
Honorable Medad. Mr. Speaker, the information I wanted to give to Honorable Medad Segona is that the president actually took to Makerere 600 soldiers. I think some of them were here to train in seed distribution. Now, instead of distributing seeds, they are in parliament just listening. That's the information I wanted to give you.
Information received.
Thank you. Honorable, you've concluded, Honorable.
On this one, I concluded, Mr. Speaker, because I just wanted us to sit down and reorganize our government.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Rumumba, you have an issue you want to respond to Honorable Semuji?
I just want, Right Honorable Speaker, to inform Honorable Segona that Honorable Rafo Majezi, the Minister for Local Government, laid on table here the PDM policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister, we had another issue which I promised that I would pass on to you, and you can give a quick answer. Enhanced salaries for science teachers and civil servants in cities and districts. When are you releasing the money? The Minister for Public Service said they've already written to you. They are just waiting for you to give them money and they implement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. When our cash flow permits, I shall release the money. I can't add more than that. Definitely, we know the obligations and we will definitely fulfill them, but at what time I will fulfill them is what I'm not so sure because of the cash flow.
Colleagues, let's allow the minister to go and consult on this matter, because tomorrow, Honorable Minister, we need your response to the issues raised by the leader of opposition, and it will be a substantive item on the order paper in regard to finance and releases. Yeah, because the time we gave has already passed, so I directed clerk to make it a substantive item on the order paper. Next item. Colleagues, shall we finish if we continue like this? Honorable Samba, is it a procedure matter?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have the opportunity that the Minister of Agriculture is in the House. I have an experience with my farmers. They say government borrowed the money from them, promising them inputs through the Agricultural Cluster Development Program, and the government didn't give them the inputs. And after sitting with their money, actually the person told me, after them making profits on our money, they are planning to they are not going to give us inputs, they are returning the money, having made a profit out of it. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture is here, Right Honorable Speaker. He's aware that the Agricultural Cluster Development Program that was rolled out in 57 districts is about to close. But when it's about to close, some farmers up to now, the inputs they paid for, they have not received those inputs. Secondly, there was a project on matching grants. There are rural farm organizations that were supported to start to do post-harvesting. And up to now, when the project is about to close, those farmers, they are stuck with the bigger project. They do not have the money to handle the project. They are stuck with the project that can't produce, and they invested very little money. Right Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Minister can help us understand whether they are going to give the farmers the inputs they paid for, and when. Secondly, what the farmers who are stuck with those projects are going to do with them if they are not linked to financial institutions for credit. Thank you very much.
Do you have a quick answer or give you time?
Right Honorable, I wouldn't wish to give you off-cuff remarks. Of course, I know the whole story, but I would request, because I put so much respect to this house I belong to, I request that I bring a written statement with all the facts about that project. And I will even tell you the challenges that they are there, which we've been trying to resolve. But don't.
Please do, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we shall give you space on the order paper. Honorable Segona, I wanted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And sorry for this interjection. Last Wednesday, which is 21st of September, 2022, Uganda in general, and the judiciary in particular, celebrated and commemorated the day of the late Benedicto Chiwanuka, Chief Justice. We want to thank the President of Uganda for having accepted the invitation. The President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Museveni, attended as a chief guest, which I saw as a very good gesture in the presence of the Attorney General, who is the head of the bar. In the remarks of the President, he mentioned that the executive he leads will continue to disobey court orders as long as they feel they are not good. I expected the Attorney General, as the chief legal advisor and head of the bar, to allay our fears. One, Ben Chiwanuka died because there was an executive that believed in defying court orders. I had expected the Attorney General to guide and to inform Parliament of the steps taken in advising the President to avoid making such, I don't want to say scandalous statements because he's the President, but I want to say that scare the nation. RDCs across the country, DSOs and DPCs had started a culture, a crude culture of defying court orders. They have now been re-energized. May we hear from the Attorney General whether we are continuing to construct monumental tyrant, the speeches that he makes. Thank you.
Now, this is beyond procedure, but since it's a very critical matter and we have our able Attorney General here, we can respond and then we move on.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I did attend. I was there. And my learned friend knows that my mandate under Article 119 does not include writing speeches. However, I can also confirm for the record, that the President did not make the statements that are attributed to him in the press. If you take those statements out of the context, you get a problem. The President was talking about the need for us to have a long and concerted conversation about what our understanding as a society of justice is. And he raised the question, for example, if you get an order to evict 3 sub-counties, is that our understanding of justice? Isn't that what causes the confusion between the judicial system and the RDC? He did not say to anyone not to follow a court order.
Thank you.
I beg to submit.
That's I think what a member wanted is to be reassured, and I think that's reassuring. And also, colleagues, beyond that, these are 2 arms of government that were talking to each other. I hope they can carry on a dialogue, and whichever fora they use, always dialogue. But I think that's more reassuring. Yes, next item.
Item 3.
But order, Honorable Naomi, there's no one on the floor. Point of order. Colleagues, I might be out of order, so Honorable Naomi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the chance. Some time back when this parliament had just started, General Muhoozi entered this house and he was dressed in a manner that was not parliamentary. Another time, General Kayindo Tafire came and he was also material. We have a dress code in this parliament, how the gentlemen put on and how the ladies put on. Is the Minister of Agriculture, my friend, Honorable Frank Tumwebazi, No, it's not a curtain. Dressing properly according to a dress code.
Thank you.
Is in order, Mr. Speaker.
You want to say it's coming from a farmer and he came straight here?
Yes. Dressing like a
colleague-
farmer.
Colleagues, I think there is a very, very thin line between Africa. We are concerned the Committee on Rules to see how we can define, that very, very thin line. Because the way Honorable Frank Tumwebas is dressed, to me, is African wear, very smart, and decent. Next item.
Item 3.1 on the order paper. Statement by the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development on the International Day of Older Persons.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. You have 10 minutes, ma'am. I don't know today what.
Right Honorable Speaker.
There is a procedure issue they've raised, Honorable colleague. And with procedure, I'm usually stuck. But
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. The issue I'm raising may look like it is reopening a matter concluded. The one of the seedlings. We did pass money, and I say this because I sit on the budget committee. Money for PDM. It is also money appropriated by Parliament. If I understood, and I'm sorry if I didn't, the minister said the money appropriated under NAD specifically, that one we can release. The one appropriated under PDM for the same function, that he said it can be released at leisure. That's how I understood him, because he said, this one you want it released, we shall release. But the extra one under PDM through SAC, he said that they can release when they are. So that's the procedure issue I'm raising, just in case for this Parliament not to be misread, that the money for PDM was not appropriated by this institution, that for it can be released when the minister wants.
Thank you. The Honorable colleague, if I got the minister very well, the minister said on seedlings, money which we appropriated, 30 billion, he will release. But he found the demand is 93 billion. So there is extra around 60 billion, which he would need. Now, because we have not yet appropriated that money, that's the money he was saying they want to allow people to supply seedlings after being verified by the parish development circles, and then he can come and pay later. Okay? Honorable Minister, I hope I got you well. Yes. So, and under parish development model colleagues, we never appropriated money for seedlings under parish development model. Okay? So it is you borrow, you know what you use the money for. You might not buy seedlings. So we never said this is money for seedlings under parish development model. No, colleagues, no, don't take me back to this debate. So Honorable Semuju, I think that's very, very clear. Okay? And we were very cautious, because if we allowed the minister, then we even lose the moral credibility of coming to verify that money, because he would be saying, you're the ones who put me on pressure to go and commit government beyond what you appropriated. So we want to be safe within what we only appropriated. Next, Honorable Minister for the elderly. Minister, people are complaining that you're young, you don't provide to present.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Please go to the statement.
Honorable members of Parliament, I want to thank the Right Honorable Speaker for giving me an opportunity to brief you on the International Day for Older Persons, which is on 1st October 2022. The theme is resilience of older persons to cope up
with the modern world. The venue will be in Nebi District, West Nile, Northern Region. As you realize, because of COVID, we were having our celebrations in State House, but now it's being rotational. The last time it was in Eastern Region, now it's in Northern. The guest of honor is His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Sewungu wants your eyes to keep glued to the statement. But I told him to summarize, so I don't want us to take a lot of time on this.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very short statement because already there is an irregularity here. Yeah, it is the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. But I see the minister calling himself here, Honorable Jidudu Mafabi, Dominic, MP, Minister of State for Elderly Affairs. We don't have that ministry here. So all these are irregularities. But if you read the statement as it was loaded, that's when we can raise issues. But he's reading off cuff and is taking us to other interesting things.
No, Minister, read the statement.
So
we
I see it's not elder as well. He can go on his document and then we raise our issues.
Honorable Sewungu's judgment, please do the necessary.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The statement is lengthy. And I learned at school how to summarize.
Just read the statement quickly, Honorable Minister.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to brief honorable members about the forthcoming commemoration of International Day for Older Persons. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the purpose of this statement is to provide information to Parliament regarding this year's International Day for Older Persons.
Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am possessed with a document on International Day of Older Persons. What the minister is reading incidentally does not appear on the documents that we have on our iPads. Right, Honorable Speaker, is it procedurally right for the minister read a document that we don't have in full?
Yeah, but Honorable Basari, can't you forgive an older person?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I didn't call for a response.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
No, I have forgiven him. That's why I'm alerting him that we
Right,
don't
Honorable
have it.
Speaker, the honorable member is my friend, and definitely let him allow me to proceed. And the Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, colleagues, you're causing me trouble. You're talking about Honorable Cicero Gwaru's MP.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think my neighbor is out of order because I have a copy of that statement. And there's no way I would have got this copy except through the system. So I'm asking you, since you are younger than me, to at least take trouble to search through your system and get the statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a copy. I thank you. This is what
Honorable Cicero Gwaru, you can share with your son. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, permit me to summarize the message.
Please.
Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable, please summarize because we've taken.
Of honor is His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Honorable Speaker, we invite you, we invite all members of Parliament. We invite you, we invite Right Honorable Speaker, permit me.
Now, okay, colleagues, I think we've had enough. Yeah, I think our Parliament, we are turning it into something else. Honorable Minister, take your seat. Just take your seat, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, we've had enough for sure. Now, look at the time we've spent around rotating and You know, and you look at the order paper that we do have. So the statement is uploaded. Why we upload before we come to this house? We want you to read. We will not read by listening. No, I wake up at 4 a.m. I start reading, preparing for this house. You know, every day I'm going for plenary. By 4 a.m. I'm up, I'm reading. Now, if you want to come and read by listening what they are presenting here, you're going to be in trouble. Okay? So, no, please. Honorable Minister, please summarize.
Thank you,
I will
Honorable
allow a
Speaker.
debate of 20 on the system. It will be your problem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I invite you, Right Honorable Speaker. I invite all the honorable members of Parliament to come to Nebi in West Nile, Northern Region, the venue of this occasion. Honorable Speaker, we have also invited all our leaders at district level in the whole of Northern Region. We invite all the members of Parliament from Northern Region, more so those from West Nile. We are also, of course, opening up to the whole Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I want to let you know that the other persons in this Parliament have five members of Parliament. I must thank the whole Parliament for welcoming these members and making them feel at home. Behind me are two ladies. Honorable Speaker, I also want you to know that as a new department in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we have achieved a lot. Parliament has appropriated a good budget for our National Council. Parliament has also granted us a special grant for older persons. Parliament and also the parish development model has given us a 10% for older persons specifically, which is 500 billion out of 5 trillion, which is 100 billion per year. This is going to keep busy the older persons in whatever they are doing to participate in the economy. Right Honorable Speaker, no excuse to join us. We are going to have the oldest of the old men in the country. You will have an opportunity to interact with them. You will have an opportunity to know that the life expectancy in Uganda has increased. It's now 64 and above. Right Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, I also want to let you know that the SAGE fund is still on. The development partners withdrew, but government is still retaining this fund, and it's 25,000 per month. It's not how much you get, but it's what you do with the money you get. And the elders are so far happy with this. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I look forward to seeing all of you in Nebi, in West Nile, in Northern Region. I therefore submit and beg to lay on table the paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Our colleagues are allowing 20 minutes of debate. And starting with the Shadow Minister. 2 minutes each. So I'll pick only 10 people.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For purposes of record, I'm Natongo Fortunate Rose, the woman MP Chotera, and the alternative minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Next 2 minutes.
Soon to be minister. Right Honorable Speaker, as we commemorate the Day of the Elder Persons, I would like the minister, the state minister, to clarify. It's unfortunate that the statement hasn't been read for purposes of the entire House, but I need clarity concerning the sustainability of the SAGE program. Right Honorable Speaker, under the BFP of 2020 to 2023, SAGE was indicated under the underfunded priorities, Right Honorable Speaker. we have areas amounting to 36 billion, over 36 billion. The Ministry of Finance released 14.4 billion, leaving a gap of 20. Under the statement of the minister, it is indicated that SAGE has been allocated 120.7 billion. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this amount was not indicated in the BFP. I would like to get clarity from the minister. Where has this money come from? Should we term it as a cash bonanza of sorts? And how is it going to be allocated? Because Parliament did not allocate this money for SAGE, especially clearing the areas, because it's under unfunded priorities. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the elderly have an issue of national IDs. It's a very big challenge, Right Honorable Speaker. Over 11,000 elderly did not receive national IDs. Many have lost their national IDs, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs indicated that to replace a national ID is 250,000 shillings. Honestly speaking, the elderly cannot afford this money. Should we task the government to come up with other mechanisms of identification
Chair
so they
agenda.
can be able to access this money through other mechanisms? Thank
agenda.
you, Right Honorable.
No, Honourable Minister, you will conclude at the end.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of State.
I don't know what the front bench did to Honourable. And who needs to repent, you or them? Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of State for the statement he made. I would like to know, when the Constitution still says that the age of older persons starts at 60 years, when is the eligibility age for SAGE being considered as the Constitution spells? 2, Right Honorable Speaker, the special grant for older persons, money is beginning to be released, but where are the guidelines and where is the policy? This government knows how to start implementing programs without policies. Where is the Minister of Finance here, Right Honorable Speaker? I had already charged him with producing the National Social Protection Strategy hosted. I would like to know, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, when the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Gender are laying here the National Social Protection Strategy for Uganda. And lastly, can we consider the business case on financing social protection? Thank you.
Thank you. Terego. And then Oga.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of West Nile, I want to thank Ministry of Gender for choosing NABI as the venue. And I'll kindly request one of the national celebrations should be in Terego as the youngest district in this country. When shall we feel this country to host a big occasion at the national level? 2, I want to just say that the elders of Terego did say that they'll be happy to see that the age of SAGE is reduced to 60. Reasons: you retire by the age of 60. And why do we again wait for more than 10 years to get yourself the SAGE? I really want to get this answer from the minister. Thank you so much.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister made a statement and categorically mentioned that the elders are currently happy with the 25,000. I want to mention that the elders of Dokolo are not happy with the 25,000. They should consider increasing it. Thank you.
Honorable Wako. Then Karaboja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raised support the motion.
No, Honorable, we don't have a motion. It's a statement we are debating.
A statement which our Honorable Minister has just laid down. And I would also like to add my voice that this is a day we meet different old persons from all corners of Uganda So I would encourage everyone here to come there and attend and see the usefulness of old persons and the activities which will be taking place on that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable colleague, let's first allow our colleagues. Let's give colleagues a chance.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me
Yes,
chance.
Honorable.
I want to join the rest of my colleagues to thank the Minister for the statement to commemorate the Day of the Elderly. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to ask I want to inform the Minister that in this time round, when the elderly persons were paid, the elderly persons in the district of Moroto, a majority of them missed their payment. And of course, that has been frequent. There is a lot of disappearance of names of the elderly persons in the system, making these elderly persons miss their monies, and yet they are in need of that money. Honorable Minister, I want to urge the ministry to improve the elderly persons data storage system to minimize the loss of the names of these elderly persons in the system so that they are able to get their monies promptly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stella. Paparu. Oh, Lydia. You're the one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank
Then
the
I
Minister
do
for the statement.
Yeah.
I wanted to add to what my colleague has said about the amount of this money. Right Honorable Speaker, this money is received at the sub-county headquarters by the older persons. And some of the sub-counties are so huge that an elderly person from a far parish actually ends up using this money on transportation. And at times the communication is so poor that these people are called to go for this money. They move using border, they bounce, they don't even get these monies. I wanted the minister to look into this, decentralize the disbursement of these monies, if possible, at parish levels, but then please make able communication so that these people don't have to, at times they move, they even spend more than 25,000 shillings to get this money. That is in addition to really requesting that the age is lowered. Thank you.
Achon. And Hilary Rokwang, and then.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, one of the things which I would want you to remind our old people, they need to be sensitized. You see, as they get older, once they hear this such a big date on the radio, it's like a birthday for them. It would prolong even their life not to die too soon. This is one of the things, we are 3 days away. Even we as a member of parliament, me are just known today that they're going to celebrate the big dates for the international dates for the older people. I think we need to go on the radios or TVs, newspaper, and send messages. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we are aware in the northern Uganda, for example, Otuke district, we have these older people for sure. There are few in numbers who are benefiting this government program, where some of them, they're just dying, they don't even receive. For example, my grandmother, she didn't know when she was born. And she made a mistake to reduce her age with the ID at the 55, but initially she's 89. So she's not benefiting all these things. So Honorable Minister, how can we correct all these people to get their idea fresh? Because the first ID was really a mistake for these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, colleagues, you know, it's always good to look young and officially be young on record. But what Honorable Achon has raised is a very big matter in your constituencies. Many people were just given age, and you know what is surprising? The old ones were given a young age. The young ones were given an old age. You know, you meet a good-looking lady and they say she's 85. This one, you know. So it's an issue, Honorable Minister, you need to look at seriously. Honorable Kwang, and
Thank
then
you
I
very
come
much,
to Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Spiro Gwar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister for the report. Mr. Speaker, sometimes some of us shall have been 59 years by the time when they were considering the SAGE program. But I don't know whether they update them every year to enable an elderly to qualify for the grant. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sometimes some of these elders don't have national IDs because they were unable to sign the machine rejected their thumbprints. So I don't know whether those elderly were considered like physically someone would determine to include them in the program for them to benefit. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cecily Ogwa. Then Okoti Bitek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I definitely which has been made by the minister. It doesn't matter the detailed content that we would have wanted to have, but at least I appreciate that this is the first time that we are receiving information regarding the elderly. Right Honorable Speaker, there's so many gaps that we need to address. First of all, even looking at the way the young people are behaving in the house, it means there's some kind of negative attitude towards the elderly. So I think that's one aspect we need to address. We need to address the attitude of people towards the elderly. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the health care package, the minimum health care package, which is allowed by the government, cannot cater for the unique health problem that the elderly suffer. And you know, the arthritis, the diabetes, hypertension, all these cannot be addressed by the minimum health care package. And thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, elderly are being exploited. Why? Because they generally suffer from dementia. And when they suffer from dementia, the children, the grandchildren take advantage, they misuse their land, they are normally evicted. And many of us, particularly the WAPA, have watched some of the videos showing how old women are being dragged out of their land. So we need special care for the elderly. And be mindful of the fact that with dementia, it can attack you, any of us. I can look at you, I can look at Okotogong, but the time comes when I will not even remember his Christian name. But that doesn't mean that I don't know him. So you need to address those issues, Right Honorable Speaker. Right now, Right Honorable Speaker, even for me to walk the stairs, Parliament itself is also abusing the rights of the elderly to walk down. If one day I fall down, Right Honorable Speaker, you will have a very serious problem in your hands because I need to walk and also exercise my knee.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I am moving a motion that debate closes under 59. Why? We have the budget framework paper through which we debate issues of policy. That's why colleagues are, instead of speaking about the function, are speaking about policy. What will they say when we are discussing the policy under the Minister of Gender? I am therefore moving, Mr. Speaker, and they know the rules that you just vote. It doesn't call for a debate, that a debate closes, Mr. Speaker.
I now put the question that close on this statement closes. Those in favor say aye to the consent. The ayes have it. Now, yes, colleagues, I've seen Honorable Swemji is very uncomfortable in issues of the elderly. Because he respects elders so much, he doesn't want to. But I had promised Honorable Wemricha to raise a matter of national importance, and I postponed him 3 times. And then I forgot, I jumped his name. I don't want really remember to come 3 times in my office, and I'm failing to give him space for that issue. So Honorable Remricha, raise your issue, and then we go to the next item.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, for the opportunity. The Right Honorable Speaker, a year ago, on 15th of September, I came on this same floor of Parliament, raising a matter of national urgent importance over flood victims in Toroko district. The floods, Right Honorable Speaker, affected the sub-counties of Kanara, Kanara Town Council, and Butungama. And on 3rd October 2021, we hosted the Right Honorable Prime Minister with a number of ministers, and the team really appreciated the situation on the ground. And the Right Honorable Prime Minister made a number of pledges. One, reconstruction of Ruangara Health Center 3, which has since kicked off by UPDF Engineering Brigade, and we are very grateful. And 2 was passage of land, buying of land, relocating and resettlement of these flood victims, and continuous supply of food and non-food items. My prayer as the Right Honorable Speaker, 1, the office of the Prime Minister should come and update this house, and the people of Untoroko want to know how far they have gone with the progress of acquiring land and relocating of these flood victims. And 2, the Right Honorable Speaker, we need urgent supply of taplings, because these people are living in shelters, and it's a rainy season, they are living in an appalling situation. I want to submit. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, since it is stated clearly in the statement of the Honorable Member that the Right Honorable Prime Minister and a team visited, undertakings were made. He has also pledged that some of the undertakings are already in progress. I undertake to brief the Right Honorable Prime Minister about the pending undertakings, and the Prime Minister will definitely get back either to the Honorable Member or to the floor of Parliament. But if it pleases the Honorable Member, I can, before the close of business today,
Colleagues, on the progress update on combating the Ebola outbreak in the country, I talked to the Minister of Health today, and we agreed she comes with a comprehensive statement tomorrow, because today they had meetings in the Mubende, and I wanted us to have a real update information. So tomorrow, as we handle the organ transplant bill, she will also make this statement. Procedure, Honorable Flavia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the point of procedure because I was in Kasanda district yesterday and interacted with some of the communities that were affected. We were actually sensitizing them, and what we realized, even with the district health officer, when we are having interactions, we realized that 1, the Ministry of Health team hasn't yet been to Kasanda, yet as we speak, we have 1 death that has been counted. Secondly, people are extremely unaware of what Ebola is, the symptoms, the preventive measures. Also, the DHO told us there are no isolation units, so they all do not know what to do. And yet today I learned that the Ministry of Health is in Mubende, but they haven't yet heeded to the call I made here for them to take interventions to the nearby districts. And our people have started getting affected, but I still don't see why the Ministry of Health has failed to prioritize Kasanda. So tomorrow, I hope that that report will be able to capture this information. Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you.
Speaker.
Now, Honorable colleagues, on Thursday, I requested honorable members of Parliament to stop going to affected areas. You're going to cause us trouble in this house. If you want to go to your people, go remain with them. Don't bring Ebola to this house. And this is serious, okay? So any MP from the affected areas, if I know that you have been to those areas of recent going on the front line, please, I'm going to stop you from entering the precincts of parliament. I'm very, very clear. Otherwise, you're going to cause trouble here. So please, Honorable, don't access the microphone, please. 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 The Minister of Health and the health officials, there are mechanisms they follow well laid down, safety procedures. Now, for us, if we go and we start reaching out to our constituents, I know we must show our people we care, and indeed we care, but colleagues, we are going to cause a problem here to our colleagues. So I request colleagues from affected areas, please, 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 please. Otherwise, the other issues, the minister will be informed. No, next item, go to item number 4.
Item number 4, on the order paper.
I think we shall quarantine MPs from that area if they continue, as proposed by
papers.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the annual budget performance report for financial year 2021-2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honorable Semuju is asking for copies. Thank you, Honorable Minister. This report is part of the Budget Committee for consideration in accordance with Rule 173 of the Rules of Procedure and Section 18 of the Public Finance Management Act. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper. Debate of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report for the financial year 2021, health sector.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. The chairperson, Committee on Public Accounts, presented the report last week, and now debate opens for 1 hour. 1 hour of debate. Honorable Pio Samuel, Honorable Teira, Honorable Ranya, Honorable Kasabe, I'll pick the 4 standing and the 4 standing.
Thank you.
2 minutes each.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to stand to support this report from the committee. However, one of the issues that has been raised is about the non-functional medical equipment in government health facilities. Just last week, as the health committee, we visited Mulago. The MRI is not functioning. The CT scan is not functioning. The same details are on this report. And we've seen the same issue in different health facilities in this country. More than 47% or less than 47% of the equipment in the health facilities are not functioning. Government has the money to buy brand new vehicles, maintain and fuel them, but they cannot get the money to maintain one MRI equipment, which is the only one that is. Government has the money to buy a spare tire to replace a government vehicle, but cannot buy a bulb to replace an X-ray that has malfunctioned. Right Honorable Speaker, I propose that moving forward, any appropriation for medical equipment must be accompanied by appropriate provisions for maintenance of those particular equipment. Short of that, the approvals should not be provided. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Tetra.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And then Honorable, you're next, then we go on.
Right Honorable Speaker, the report on health highlighted several omissions and commissions by different public servants. It's been a tradition that quite often these reports highlight so many flaws by so many public officials. But we always stop at highlighting them without any punitive action being taken. Right Honorable Speaker, it's becoming a habit. that when people commit certain atrocities within the service of the public, there is no punitive action taken against them. And so they have become very complacent. Right, Honorable Speaker, I wish to invite this House to take a strong stand on the several officers who are implicated as having omitted to do certain things that they were obliged to do under the law, which caused serious implications as highlighted in the report. Health officers, technical officers from different sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker, until we start acting and indicating that you do something wrong, you take responsibility, that is when this business will stop. But so many reports highlight inabilities, flaws, omissions and commissions, and no action is taken. Until then, that's when we shall have a stop to this. I thank you.
Thank you. Then the doctor, then we come here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I draw your attention to page 17 of the report. As I take this opportunity to thank the committee for the report. Page 17 talks about the implementation of quantified outputs. That is the implementation of works approved. Most entities visited by the committee, the performance were very poor. For example, in Kawempe, Lira or Regional Referral Hospital, less than half of the approved outputs were implemented. Why? Right Honorable Speaker, this attributes to the releases of funds. Sometimes means of finance do not comply to the releases. Funds are released late, and it means now the contractors are not paid. Right Honorable Speaker, this also attribute to the element of the absorption capacity. It's reported that 2.3 billion ceiling, especially in Lira Regional Hospital, because only two activities were carried out and 2.3 billion were taken back.
Doctor?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Boka Didi George is my name. I want to thank the committee for the report. I want to address myself to two issues. The first is the issue of return of money intended to recruit healthcare workers in these hospitals. Honorable Speaker, every year, and specifically in this report, specialists and other healthcare workers got returned. And it's noted that this has been as a result of delays in the initiation and the execution of the recruitment process by the Health Service Commission and accounting officers in these hospitals. It's my prayer that moving forward, the processes for recruitment and placement of these specialists are expedited to ensure these specialists are available for our citizens to receive services. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of recurrent stock out of blood and blood products. Blood and blood products are life-saving. We are losing a number of children, a number of mothers, especially women, at labor because of shortage of blood. And one of the hospitals that recurrently has been reporting shortage of blood is Ginger Regional Referral Hospital. That does not have a blood bank. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, as we move towards appropriation in the financial year 2023-2024, Ginger Regional Referral Hospital must get the first call in ensuring we have a blood transfusion service in the Ginger. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, let's limit ourselves to issues of accountability raised in the debate. Issues of policy, those are issues you can't go to in this report. So let's limit ourselves to issues of accountability, because the chair of the committee also limited himself to that. Okay? Honorable Ranya. And then Honorable Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Chairperson Park, Central Government, for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to monitor well the budget, the money we normally allocate to these regional and national hospitals. The services being rendered in the regional hospitals and national, Right Honorable Speaker, is quite alarming. I recall, Right Honorable Speaker, many patients who normally travel from my constituency to Mulago. After being admitted, what they gain most from Mulago is only sleeping on the bed. All the drugs, the medical officer only comes, prescribe, they move and buy drugs outside the hospital. Yet we normally appropriate and give huge amount of money to Mulago Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, another case in point, if you look at northern Uganda, the whole northern Uganda, we do not have CT scans. When our people are to access services for CT scans, they must travel to Kampala. And from Kampala, they go to private clinics, which is very expensive. Right Honorable Speaker, wherever we appropriate funds, we need to make sure medical services is key. And health is everything. Let our people be healthy. Let money be followed. Right Honorable Speaker, for the country to be rated among the best countries, they normally look at the medical services. Right now in Uganda, medical services has become very expensive.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Based on the accountability request, Right Honorable Speaker, the reports on the performance of some of the instruments, machines, for example, ambulances, scans, sometimes also misleads, and sometimes it is not considered. I thought that probably if the hospital gives an accountability of the rate of wear and tear of an ambulance, then that is enough for us to advocate for either new ambulance or not. I'll give an example of Chiboga Hospital. We have already showed that the vehicle we have as an ambulance should be written off. But sometimes you see other hospitals coming up with their requests for new, brand new vehicles, and they are given. The same applies to these other machines. You find that the money spent on repairs and maintenance of the scans of these repairs of our ambulances are very, very high compared even to purchase of new items. So I would request the committee as well to look at the rate of wear and tear report for all these medical machines to ensure that we account properly and help our country save money other than spending a lot on repairs and maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to go this side. Yes. Okay. I want to speak those who haven't spoken today. I'll start with Okeyo. I go to Asaba, I go to Maracha. And on.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee report clearly indicates the question of irregular deductions on the salaries of the staff workers, where deductions are irregular and conducted. And this has been a root cause of absenteeism in most institutions, in most government institutions. So it is my humble appeal that actually administrators look at this. It demoralizes the staff, It even causes corruption because somebody does not get his salary or her salary, and what does he resort to? To misappropriate. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also talks about ambulances. That area of ambulance, Right Honorable Speaker, this house did appropriate money, and what ambulances were procured. Up to date, these ambulances have not been. This house has been prevailing on the minister, but it is not helping. So it is my humble appeal that as we consider this report on health, the question of what ambulances for Bukoli Islands, Namaingo, and Mayuk.
Thank you. Asava?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Park Committee for the report. And the Right Honorable Speaker, I want to mention one matter about the items that where we allocate funds, and you find that we have items which get minor damages. For example, when you go to Morago, you find a heap of beds packed somewhere, and you find that something's just small, a minor repair, and you find that government money is wasted. And when you go to other areas, when those beds can be repaired, you find, for example, in Chegegwa Health Center, district hospital, beds are not there. And when these ones can easily be repaired and be used, they are still in a good condition and they can still be used. But you find they are wasted, and instead the government goes ahead, instead of repairing these ones which are repairable, and you go ahead to buy other beds. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish that the committee also look into that matter.
Thank you, Maracha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Last month, I took a round move within Maracha district, working from health facility to health facility. And what I discovered was some of these health centers were upgraded from health center 2 to 3, but the upgrade was really in line with the population, because medicine is brought in today. After 2-3 days, this medication or the drugs are finished, and you find that very important drugs are not found in a health facility, especially health center 3, even health center 4. And most of the patients suffer looking for these drugs prescribed by the doctors or the medical personnel. Two.
Thank you. That's honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I draw your attention to page 78, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of failure to supply ordered medicines in government hospitals is like commuting suicide. Mr. Speaker, government is seen to be functional when there are drugs in hospitals. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, kits that were never supplied, it is really a sign of corruption. We have always talked about corruption in this country, and companies continue to get contracts. So it is high time we began blacklisting companies that do show.
Guru City, and then Koboko, and Moroto. Guru City.
Gulu District.
Sharon Barmoy. Oh, yes, sorry, Guru District. Sharon
Thank you, Honorable
Barmoy.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am Woman MP Gulu District, Lakesh Sharon Barmoy.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the report. Mine still goes on the issue of ambulances. If you move to all the health centers, I mean hospitals, referral hospitals, we have so many station ambulances that are packed. And yet if you get to realize the mechanical issues are very minor. I was once in a Naka hospital, and then the in-charge told us that they were only having issues of tires. And once these ambulances stay stationed for a long time, they tend to get mechanical issues. We all have cars and we know what it is. And yet at the end of the day,
sorry, just conclude.
and I think we are wasting a lot of taxpayers' monies. And then also it would be quite healthy for Ugandans for these ambulances to be stationed in most of these highways, because of in case of accidents, they're able to pick our people. Most times we lose people simply because the rescue team do not come in time. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, MPs for the elder are requesting you that at least you mobilize elderly people in your constituencies, especially MPs from West Nile. If possible, out of your own goodwill, you can transport some to take them for celebrations. This is a request from your colleagues. This is the request from your colleagues, MPs for the elderly. Okay. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would have expected this report to highlight the non-completion of Mulago Hospital by Rocco, which is once again in the spotlight, and the non-functionality of equipment that my colleague was raising is because most of the structures are not complete and the rooms need air conditioning for some of these high-tech equipment to function. So I think Rocco once again should be looked into. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of equipment, the health sector's equipment every 2 years is evolving because of it's becoming more specialized. So I just wanted to find out, is it in order for government to go for outright purchase or go for what we call equipment placement with the manufacturer?
Thank you. Moroto Municipality. Then Oseko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the committee for producing such an elaborate report. However, there are some gaps, especially when it comes to Moroto or Karamoja in general, because we have been constantly reporting inadequacies in terms of facilities, especially the mortuary. You can imagine the whole of Karamoja region, there is no functional mortuary. When someone passes on in Moroto or Kotido, they have to transport the body all the way to Mbale for treatment, and then back again to Karamoja for burial. So I would like to raise this because it is something that is very urgent. If Ministry of Health can also come in and at least address that issue. And this has been going on for quite some time. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Frank, the committee was dealing with issues of accountability. And the Auditor General never raised any issue of restoring the body or organs in Karamoja. So I think if we could go, let's go back to issues of accountability. Okay, issues of accountability as raised by the Auditor General report. That's what the committee processes. Okay, Honorable Seko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But that was a very good issue to raise. However much it wasn't an accountability issue.
Mr. Speaker, the concern I have from the report is about the supply of drugs. Mbale Regional Referral Hospitals serves about 3 regions, Beid, Elgon, Bugisu, Bukedi. But from the report, from 1.5 billion allocated for the supply of drugs, they had only supplied drugs worth 197 million shillings. And the Right Honorable Speaker, for those of us who come from the East, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital is really overstretched. The people who are going there, the volume is too high. The patients are sleeping on the verandas. There is too much demand for these drugs. But like one of the members.
Conclude, Honorable. You're off. Conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my prayer that a mechanism is put in place to ensure that delivery of the drugs, the supply of the drugs by the national medical stores is actually expedited, such that at every end of a month, there is need to take an audit to ensure that the quota of the drugs for that time is supplied, so that we save lives. Otherwise, we are losing a lot of people down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Arua. Then Terego. Now you people, because you've heard, I'm calling those who haven't spoken. Because I was trying to conclude.
Thank you, Right
Arua,
Honorable Speaker.
then I pick Sinjiro and Feta.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. The committee mentioned that there were delays in remitting pay as you earn and other statutory obligations. I wanted to know from the committee whether they went further to find out whether these entities are being penalized for not remitting, because it is a practice in this country, even in local governments, where statutory obligations are not remitted on time. So could I know from the committee whether they went ahead to see whether URA, for example, penalizes these entities, because that is the only way they will learn. Right Honorable Speaker, I know the committee was only narrowing to the
Thank you.
General.
Yes. Sinjiro, Rauben.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is on page 25. Unauthorized loan reductions. Right Honorable Speaker, this is very dangerous to the workers. You know, if you want to have a loan, you have to authorize your employer to deduct loan from your salary. Suppose there is connivance between the loan giver and those people paying you, so you might end up losing your money. Another issue is of budget financing. As you have read, Mr. Speaker, also in the report, there is a lot of money that these institutions, these referral hospitals are getting. The money is not declared to permanent secretary, the finance and treasury. Then it is also not brought in this parliament for appropriation. So this can be a one way of
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee. There are two fundamental issues there. Non-functional medical equipment, and yet every quarter, the ministry is receiving money and all these hospitals are receiving money. The staffs are complaining that the money for equipment is suspected to be swindled. I think the committee should interest itself more on the issue of medical equipment maintenance money. Two, there is 411,558,130 million shillings, both spent on bills of water and domestic arrears. And yet the hospital had a pump that could be repaired at even a less cost of 30 million shillings. I think here you would clearly see that there is absolute fraud detected. Why would we spend 411 million?
Milton Mouma. And then Mamawi.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker.
And
Right Honorable Speaker.
Nabos.
Speaker, my concern is on in the Uganda Cancer Institute, whereby they are saying NPA has delayed certifying their work plan, strategic work plan. Right Speaker, I think that's a betrayal by our own institutions. We all know the challenges the Cancer Institute is undergoing or going through. But when it takes this long and the Auditor General raises a red flag that NPA is the one that had delayed certifying their strategic plan, I want to appeal to the Minister for Finance, my big brother, Honorable Sassi Henry, kindly prevail on this agency called National Planning Authority to ensure that it helps us in sorting out this challenge. The other one is to do with the Soroti Regional Hospital, where we are being told of the capacity to handle cases, especially when it was
Mamawi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the noble duty they have done for this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request that if the committee are able to do this double duty up to the grassroots level, we shall be very grateful. Because we have so many challenges our health centers are facing down there. I was a member of hospital board one time, and there are a lot of challenges. They were not helped, Right Honorable Speaker. There are so many issues of theft of properties of the hospital, health centers, but the district is not getting concerned. They raise these matters, and sometimes they are unable to know where we can raise such matters. So if they can do this is up to grassroots level, we shall be very grateful, and we appreciate their work. We wish them to continue with their activities. This is going to
Now you're giving them more power and more mandate.
Thank you. That's all.
Honorable Rubabo, and then Nakato, and Atkins.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for the report presented to the floor.
Colleagues, you want me to close the debate?
Right Honorable Speaker, I think the issue is here on strategic planning. And I want also to implore the Minister of Finance. We have seen that in a report, 2.1 billion was not absorbed by Movende. This is because the Minister of Finance tended to release money at the 11th hour. And therefore, when they try to follow the procurement procedures and all the gymnastics within that, they end up finishing the financial year without absorbing the money. So I want to implore the Minister of Finance to clearly send the money in time so that the entities can be able to expedite the process of utilizing the money in the right time. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Yes, Mary. Uyende.
Once again, my name is Anakato Mary, and Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to push this at your desk. There's something that is being detected in health facilities and specifically regional referrals. As a health worker, as well as an MOP, we are all aware that nothing can be conducted without water and clear specified sanitation in health facilities. Just as an example of Mulago, Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was there with my father. But the hygiene in Mulago Hospital and other regional hospitals is just horrible. I want you to call upon the directors and the concerned people, because when you ask them, they keep on saying finance, finance. But I want to ask you, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, who really audits Minister of Health before we run to finance? For me, I think Minister of Finance is releasing a lot of money in Minister of Health, and the health is just.
So, Atkins, then Dr. Batua, then Goretti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, my fundamental problem is the very expensive machines and machinery that we have in our hospitals lying, procured either through taxpayers' money or through grants. Mr. Speaker, sir, and yet the cost of repairing them and putting them back to effective use would be something as small as 500,000 Uganda shillings. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this house is not there to just talk. Because one of the things with the talking is that the more you talk, the less people remember what you talked. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was just wondering whether there is no provision that your office
Honorable,
can be...
you don't allocate yourself more time. Honorable Dr. Batua, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, we are addressing matters of health, and I know that each and everybody is disappointed to a very large extent with matters to do with health. So this report was done. It looked at very many gaps in accountability. In Mulago, they are paying umeme, but they go on to pay in excess of 800 million. They are paying another utility bill, and they're going on to pay in excess of 1.4 billion shillings. This is misstated liabilities. So, Right Honorable Speaker, a lot of money is being lost through these gaps that the report has identified, and we should give commensurate
Minister, I give you another opportunity to conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So, more than going for forensic audits, we do know that last year, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, we moved in this parliament that a forensic audit be done on the COVID funds. Up to now, a report has not been presented. So we can't walk the same path. This time around with people who have overstated, who have overpaid liabilities. Right, Honorable Speaker, we should amend certain areas and go straight away to court. People get prosecuted, and I believe through that, we shall drive some fear in the heads of some accounting officers. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Goretti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the delays in access to the payroll of newly recruited staff, pensioners, and delays for those that have left service. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot get good service from government when the payroll is not well managed. So I think the Ministry of Public Service should take this serious and ensure that officers in public service are paid and on time. Then the other thing is the issue of domestic areas. Right Honorable Speaker, accounting officers are fond of committing government beyond what they have. And we are very aware that in procurement, you cannot commit government without confirming availability of funding. Right Honorable Speaker, accounting officers who commit government beyond the capacities of their budgets should be held accountable for their actions. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of expired drugs and stockouts. We are here talking about stockouts, but the other side is delayed.
Honorable Kenya. Yes. Christine, you finished. So meaning I've moved very well, Haji. And then Honorable Sosea Ugara and Honorable Deke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you,
I'm
Right
going to
Honorable
allow
Speaker.
all of you, please.
My issue is on the China-Uganda Friendship Hospital. I must thank the committee and the chair for the report, save that some two issues were not captured. During the fight against COVID, there was a very big scandal against that hospital, whereby medicines were imported in the names of a private company, and they were destined to that hospital. I think that issue is not reported as far as China-Uganda hospital is concerned. Two, they went ahead and they registered a private company. All that money, it is in the names of Doctors Without Borders, where that money.
Honorable Sosea Ugara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have two issues to raise, but this is not really to critique the report or PAC, but I would want the House to take serious note of the fact that every year that such a report is brought to us, there are certain issues that keep repeating itself. And one of them is domestic arrears. Domestic arrears, many of our colleagues have raised, cripples not only the institutions that are owed money, but even individuals who are owed pension money and others. And the second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot believe that there are hospitals which are operating without boards. That means we are not following corporate governance. Who is then accountable for all the expenditures in the hospital? So I'm asking the Minister of Finance to label, to arrears, so that when we are budgeting, we should.
Thank you. Honorable Deke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes on page 20 that there has been a release of funds over and above what the entities have required. And for me, that is a red flag which we need to note, because coming from the last financial year, about 2 trillion remained unaccounted for. And if we cannot fill these loopholes through which money goes missing and cannot be accounted for, then we really need to question, because the committee has already told us, why are there releases over and above what these entities ask for? It is very irregular, and it's a red flag which we should all be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a honorable colleague I've seen for the first time. Yes. Huh? Yes. No, it's me. The problem has been mine. Today he's removed the mask. I think I've.
Thank you, Right
So
Honorable
I
Speaker.
will allow him more time for maiden speech on my side.
On his side, okay. My name is Kabuyo Frank, the MP for Kasanda South, the Shadow Minister for the Youth and Children Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the committee report, we have seen that many facilities in Uganda, health facilities are under a dysfunction where we find that we have machinery and it is not used to output the full capacity in operation. Facilities. But I think it would be better if we look at incapacitating these facilities to work and operate to full capacity before considering construction of new facilities. And also to request the Minister for Health to come up with a list of all the trying to do the audit and planning. We can look through that list to make a better planning and a process that will be very smooth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Honorable Marende. No, she stood up several times. That's a problem of you, colleague, thinking standing up many times is when I'll pick you. Sometimes you stand up, then you sit. I've identified you, and I will call you when you're seated comfortably.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee for the report. And from my observation, my recommendation is that this parliament should come up with a way of implementation of the recommendations that are always made by the committees. Otherwise, would be seen by the public as a barking dog that does not bite. So I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my first question goes to the Minister of Public Service. In the report, we are seeing delay in remittance, delay in access to payroll, and so many others. I thought the IFMIS system was supposed to solve all these problems. What happened? We have seen the accounting officers faulting many times, and we don't have their names. How do we follow them? Sometimes they change. How do we follow them and make sure that these monies are recovered? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, a lot of money is going to our waste. And if we only keep on giving a report, talking about it, and then we don't recover this money, we don't deter others from doing the same, then we shall not be solving the problem. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker,
Thank you
And
so
Dr. Wani.
much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And then Varimwezo.
Right Honorable Speaker, the report talks about hospitals that are understaffed. And they say that consultants are not attracted to make application. That's the reason that was given. What have we done about it? If year after year they don't apply, do we leave it like that, or we leave people unattended too? We have also seen that the National Cancer Institute and the Planning Authority has not done anything. And yet we have seen the report, they are banning drugs, yet we are crying for medicine. Is there a planning at all in this country? And finally, about Butabika Hospital, we have seen Butabika is congested.
But we also see patients running out from Tabika and others coming out when they're in worse problems. Doesn't Tabika have a worse problem that we need to study? People go there for alcohol and they come.
Thank you. Yes, okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I must appreciate you for having acknowledged that the docket that you do sit in, I heavily wish you well to sit in that docket. Right Honorable Speaker, I associate myself fully with this report, but I have two issues in this report that I would want to further add to the report. With all the anomalies that the report does indicate, there is a high likelihood, or there have been cases that are ending in court because of most of this. I have handled many. A case in point is wrongful scaling of salaries and deductions that are being done. And at the end of the day, government is losing money because of the impunity.
As a shadow deputy speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Akin to my earlier submission and that of my colleagues that did make prior to this, indicate the multiple year perennial strikes that are being conducted by intern doctors as a result of maltreatment and misappropriation of funds from these hospital facilities. It is therefore my humble appeal to the persons in authority that punitive measures, and when I say punitive, it should be in a measure that is commensurate to deterring individuals who act in such directions. Most obliged.
Thank you. Honorable Vanika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my input is on the equipment. We should have a national equipment data bank so that we can guide the deployment. We are seeing some facilities which are over-equipped, yet there are other areas where people are in lack. I can give an example, for instance, for us in the Greater Masaka 10 districts, we don't have a CT scan. People have to run to Kampala, and you are hearing hospitals, facilities that are having equipment that are not used. Mr. Speaker, I pray that our Committee on Health will require from the Minister of Health to provide the data on this equipment. And also when we are procuring, because we don't have this national data, we end up procuring the same equipment, especially from projects. And that misguides the resources. So I want to pray that we should have that inventory that guides the equipment, medical equipment in this country.
Honorable Mwezo, and then Honorable Macho, and Dr. Batua, and then
Thank you.
Rambara.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stay close to Batabika Hospital, which is the only referral mental health specialized hospital that we have in the country. But when I visited, they had over 1,000 patients. And the design was of 550. So there is lack of space. Chireka 1, which was designed for about 60, is now housing over 200 patients, which is too much. Patients defecate on each other, and it's terrible. Yes, it's terrible. We need basically to address the issue of creating space for this hospital.
Thank you, Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the time you have given us today to discuss on the issues of health of this country. Mr. Speaker, Mental Health Referral Hospital as the chairman of Mental Health Forum in Parliament. We have visited this hospital many times, but there is land grab. As Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we need to pronounce ourselves on this matter to protect that land. And secondly, the health staff of that hospital need motivation. As government has given salary increment to all scientists, they have forgotten these scientists. Lastly, back home in Ipsia, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health closed the market called Sophia and decided to put there a regional lab testing center. But up to now, the construction.
Honorable Rampara.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, sir. Mr. Speaker, with your permission.
Now, Honorable Macho, you're the chairman of the Mental Health Forum. and me who doesn't doubt you, of course I can, but you see, okay, conclude.
Mr. Permission.
Now you've called me Mr. Permission.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, we request the Ministry to help our people of Busia and complete the facility you started. Because you never know in the future, it might turn into a health center 3 and help other people who have mental issues. Since now Uganda, as a result of COVID-19, has made all of us almost mentally ill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I hope Ebola won't worsen the situation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the committee for the report. I want to raise in relation to remittance of statutory obligations such as pay as you earn. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, when shall these accounting officers be responsible for the losses they cause to government always? We are aware that this is a statutory obligation, which they all know, but I would assume it is even a connivance within those agencies not to remit these statutory obligations. I also want to call the Committee on Health through you, Mr. Speaker, to pay attention to the issue of drug stockouts. Whereas we recognize that there was an increment in the allocation, and we know oftentimes.
Thank you. Honorable Martin Muzari, then Honorable Nancy, and then Kayemba Soro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I did this around this side and I finished. I picked whoever stood up this side. Apart from Honorable Mbabas, I remember. But yes, Honorable Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 37, you'll find stock out and then expired drugs. Mr. Speaker, when I read that we have expired drugs, with the cost involved in destroying those drugs, when hospitals don't have drugs, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about referral hospitals, but if you go down, Right Honorable Speaker, this House has made a good job through its committees, especially accountability committees. We make good recommendations, but we don't have.
Now, colleagues, I can see we are going into policy-related issues. And where we are going to have a debate. We are going to have a motion on mental health and psychiatric care. Where we are going to continue this debate on health-related issues. Okay? So I'm going to close the debate on this one so that I will start from the colleagues I had not picked to continue. But I had picked Honorable Nancy to conclude, and then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. One, on the issues of the hospital equipment, which is grounded. I would like the Ministry of Health to take into considerations putting a budget of employing at least mechanicals at all the district hospitals so that they can do repairs time and again. And then two, on the issues of the drug stockout and expiry drug, the government of the Republic of Uganda, through Ministry of Health, should put into consideration issues of demand-driven supply, such that every region that has particular diseases, they will always be taken care of according to what is necessary there. For example, my district where I come from, the basic problem that we have is majorly malaria. And sometimes when you go to the health facilities, for almost like 1 month, you don't find anti-malarials at the health facilities.
Thank you, Honorable Kayemba Solo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've noted
Honorable Macho won the URL. Go on.
I've seen two critical issues on page 60 and page 104 about where our health facilities have no land titles. This include Arua Hospital, Mbale Chitovu, and Fort Portal blood banks that where we don't have land titles. I would kindly request you, Right Honorable Speaker, to task the Ministry of Health to go across the country and bring a report on the status of our health facilities to know whether we have land titles or not. Because as patients, we are in fear. We might be there and the landowners.
Thank you, Honorable. If you could remember in the first session of this parliament, the committee did that report. The minister presented the report here, and the Committee on Health also moved to the field, and a comprehensive report on status of our health centers was debated here. So if you want any record, you refer to the Hansard, you'll find it there, okay? So Honorable Chair, 2 minutes we conclude, and then we go to the next motion, which is also on health, and we carry it forward. I'll start with colleagues I haven't been able to pick who are standing up. The procedure, Dr. Rume.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Sagona, for giving me. Right Honorable Speaker, many of the members of Parliament, while they are debating, they were wondering what is going to happen of this report, which was loaded with a lot of facts related to embezzlement, related to suspicion of criminality. Right Honorable Speaker, we would have expected that apart from the Auditor General, we would see representatives of the IGG and representatives from Criminal Investigation Department, or an assurance by government that this report, the recommendation of investigation and prosecution of criminality would be done. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right that you give guidance?
You see, Honorable colleagues, these reports are handled as per the law, okay? Reports of accountability committees, it's a requirement under Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act that the minister comes and he presents a treasury memorandum. And that treasury memorandum entails action taken by government in implementing recommendations of this, of Parliament, okay? So which would include let it be arresting, prosecution, refund of money, and all that. So what is very important is for us, indeed, to ensure that the time given to the Minister of Finance to present a treasury memorandum, he does it. Otherwise, the Minister of Finance now cannot come and commit that I'm going to do A, B, C, D, yet the law is very clear on what should be done. Okay? So, Honorable, we are not debating in vain. And that treasury memorandum also, when it's tabled on the floor, it goes back to the Public Accounts Committee to see indeed if the action taken is in line with the recommendations that were proposed and adopted by the House. I hope that satisfies the Honorable President. Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues who have contributed to the debate in a manner that is enriching. Secondly, I also want to thank again those members of the committee that worked day and night to highlight the issues that have been pointed out. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of my colleagues to the provisions of Rule 174, sub-rules 2 and 5 of our rules of procedure in terms of mandate of the Public Accounts Committee. Secondly, also to make reference to this House. And finally, of course, going back to Article 163 of our Constitution, our mandate is to examine the report of the Auditor General. Finally, on this, Mr. is that the Committee on Public Accounts is not an investigation on criminality, but rather accountability. So what we do in the committee or committees of parliament is that we make both general and specific recommendations to those organs of state that are required to undertake certain actions in line with the law. There are certain matters which have been highlighted, and we take note. Mr. Speaker, you'll the maiden report of this committee on Auditor General's report in respect of the financial accountabilities. We have been very specific on matters that were under our scrutiny. Those that we felt we were not competent to handle, we referred those matters to a forensic audit. For example, this investigation or scrutiny was not a value for money audit. So where we felt it was necessary to make reference to value for money, or for a forensic audit, we made those specific references. And I'm sure, I'm happy you have guided well, especially when it came to the last one on how far do we go. Surely, when we make these recommendations and they come here, they become your recommendations if you adopt them. Government is required under the Public Finance Management Act to undertake further action and report back to us through on those that required the committee. For example, the Honorable expected us to come up with recommendations and observations on the non-completion of Mulago Hospital. Actually, when you look at the report, we make observations on how the non-completion or failure to complete Mulago Hospital complex affected the other services, for example, the performance of the machines. And we made specific recommendations which can be picked up. In general, Mr. Speaker, colleagues were thankful to the committee, and we are grateful for that appreciation. Now, for I think, Honorable Santa Loom, we take note of the specific accounting officers where she expected us to mention the names. But the executive, which is supposed to implement this, is aware of those people because they appointed them. And we already tabled minutes which indicated those names because they are known. As to what the executive does with our reports, the law already makes a dictation on what ought to be done. With those few clarifications, Mr. Speaker, permit me to move the motion that this House be pleased to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-21 on the health sector.
Yes. Now, Chairman, you've moved. but I wanted to put the question clearly. Okay? Yes, because once it's a report, I must put a question. Yeah. Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-2021 for health sector be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. So, Honorable Minister of Finance, please ensure you comply with the law in terms of tabling the Treasury memorandum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and your committee for the good report. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act, we will provide a Treasury memorandum to Parliament accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, no, we finished on this matter. Honorable Chair, I want to congratulate you for an excellent report and the maiden one at that, and colleagues for working closely. Working closely. I have seen a habit. I want to report it, whips of members not signing reports, and one of the members even asked a question to the chair. So when I was checking on the list, a member submitted. I don't need to mention the name, but a member submitted and asked the chairperson to explain, meaning, I don't know whether that member was attending meetings, because he could have asked this question to the chair. I don't want to mention the name. So, but colleagues, you can see. But now, you don't sign a minority. You don't sign the main report. So where do you belong? Where were you when we are discussing serious issues? That's the issue. So whips are kind of take interest in this report and see why your members don't sign the report. This is the issue, because you're the ones who deploy these members to the committee. They should explain to you. Procedure, Honorable Sariva.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want to thank my able chairperson for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, the procedure issue I raised regards generally reports from accountability committees. Every year, the executive tables before this parliament lists of accounting officers, and we are supposed to approve them. Right Honourable Speaker, when you read the reports of accountability committees, they raise queries on accounting officers. Unfortunately, the follow-up of those queries has not been very effective. And I would think, Right Honourable Speaker, procedurally, that maybe one of the committees of Parliament could be designated to look into the concerns of the accountability committees relating to the work of the accounting officers. Because the reports highlight some of the challenges, but the follow-up on the reports does not seem to come out, especially on the issues of performance, and yet we approve them here. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether it wouldn't be procedural right that we consider having a committee of Parliament make a follow-up on the accounting officers.
Thank you, Honorable. This is an issue we shall look into. We need to go, and these are assignments we institution. Now, honorable colleagues, sector committees are the ones who should take even keen interest into this. For example, this is a report to do with the health sector. Now, chairperson, committee on health, when you're processing the ministerial policy statement for the sector, you should be guided by this report because it's raising salient issues. Okay? It's raising salient issues. So And that's why we talked to the chairperson of the committee in Public Accounts Central and other accountability committees. And we said for Park Central and maybe COSASE, we should allow them to report in a phased manner, sector by sector. You come, you report on health, you come, you report on education, you know. Unlike the other time when we could wait for a consolidated report and you spend a financial year without being able to even present a full report here. That's why we had a very big backlog. But when you do sector by sector, it even becomes easier for us to debate, for us to follow up, and for action to be taken. So next item.
Item 7 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize and improve mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda.
Yes, as Honorable Aisha Kabanda comes, for item number 6, colleagues, I needed first read and digest it as a presiding officer. So I will allow it on the order paper tomorrow because we have a time limitation under the rules as when we should tackle it. So I want to be able to read through tonight so that once we are presenting on the floor, I'm able to flow with you. I don't want you to ambush me, you have. Yes, so Honorable Aisha, especially after mature.
Thank you so much.
Mature declared that we are all on a tipping point of running berserk. So
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize and improve mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda. Moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. 1995 and Objective 27.3 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy enjoins the state to take all practical measures to ensure the provision of basic medical services to the population. Aware that Parliament enacted the Mental Health Act 2018 to provide, among others, for the care and treatment of people, of persons with mental illness, the provision of mental health services to community level, the referral and admission procedures for persons suffering from mental illness, and the protection of rights of people with mental health conditions. Further aware that mental health services are offered at different levels of health facilities, including health centers 2 to 4, general hospitals, regional referral hospitals, and national referral hospitals, noting that the Ministry of Health and Uganda Counseling Association have reported that 14 million Ugandans suffer from mental illness, with the majority suffering from depression and anxiety disorders. Further noting that, according to statistics from the World Health Organization, Uganda is ranked among the top 6 countries in Africa in rates of depressive disorders, with 4.6% of the population suffering from depression, while 2.9% of the population live with anxiety disorders. Concerned that mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda faces a number of challenges, including inadequate funding, low levels of employment of mental health professionals in health facilities, numbers of supporting professionals, especially counselors, psychologists, and social workers, coupled with lack of other mental health facilities to supplement Butabika Hospital. Further concerned that the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic and the resultant effects on the social and economic well-being of Ugandans has increased incidence of mental illness, including depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, and alcohol and substance abuse, thereby increasing the need for mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda. Also aware that causes of mental illness as a medical condition are cross-cutting, emanating from families, workplaces, education centers, and conflict zones, among others, thus calling for attention that goes to the core of the well-being of society. Recognizing that the lack of appropriate and inadequate mental health and psychiatric care has given rise to the proliferation of unprofessional mental health and psychiatric care providers in the name of pastors, sheikhs, priests, and traditional healers, who not only sometimes apply harmful practices in the treatment and care of persons with mental illness, but also misdiagnose, delay, or prevent patients from obtaining appropriate medical care, thereby accelerating the medical conditions of these patients. Cognizant that unless government prioritizes and improves access to mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda, the treatment, care, and livelihoods of persons suffering from mental illness will be adversely and irreversibly affected. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that government is urged to A, increase funding to mental health and psychiatric care services in Uganda. B, prioritize and improve access to mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda by A, mainstreaming mental health care in all government program areas in budgeting and implementation. 2, employing more mental health and psychiatric professionals in health facilities. And 3, enhance the mechanisms for monitoring and supervising mental health and psychiatric care services. C, integrate mental health care at different levels at the district health services, including at health facility level and community level. And D, return mental health facilities that were converted into COVID-19 treatment units to their original use. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Ono Machono, one corner of second now, Okayo, Andrew, Ranya, Faith, Tera, Atima, Nikoyesenga, Oima, all people who are normal. Yes. That's honorable. Just 2 minutes, speak to your motion. Just 2 minutes, so that we can allow a few colleagues.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Said that the population of Uganda that is mentally disturbed, according to health reports, is actually a big population. And despite that, I'll be very brief. The country's vulnerability, despite of the country's vulnerability to mental illness, Uganda has only 42 psychiatrists to attend to 42 million people. And also what is regrettable, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the result of this mental disorder has not only affected adults, has also affected children. In some cases, we have had actually what they call infanticide, where you find mothers killing their newborn. There's no mother that kills a newborn baby when she's in her rightful mental thinking capacity. We have also seen situations where children have actually committed suicide. There is a recent case, 2-week-old case in Namasuba, a 13-year-old Derek, who committed suicide. He had been told to wash utensils after he finished. Seriously, actually indicated signs of wanting to commit suicide, but she didn't know how to handle the situation. The gist of this motion, Right Honorable Speaker, is to request government to be able to integrate mental health care in various sectors so that it is attended to in education. Statistics show that actually 15 years to 19-year-old adolescents are more affected, and these are people we can find in schools. And unfortunately, their mental disorders are not detected in time. If we could detect the mental problems they get in time and attend to them, probably would be able to address the suicide cases that we have that are reported to be increasing annually. We are here to ask government to mainstream mental health services into all sectors of government. Most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, is that mental health services receive only 1% of the budget of health. The money they get is too little to attend to mental issues. As we speak now, people that have mental illness actually do not have drugs. For the last 2 weeks, I've been receiving calls from my constituency, people telling me that they have gone to health centers and there is no medicine. They're actually worried that their case is going to deteriorate sooner or later. Problem, the budget that they put in health alone is not enough. We need to look at it as a multi-sectoral problem, address it in health, address it in gender and the various sectors. I pray that colleagues will join us to support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud and blessed to second this very, very important motion that talks about the forgotten people.
This time you sound very sober and very curious.
Mr. Speaker, I sound very humble today because of the situation that I witnessed over the weekend. On Sunday, when I was leaving Busia, I passed beating a woman on the roadside. I asked them, why are you beating her? I stopped the vehicle in the midst of the road, and good enough, since people know much of Busia, they say that is much of Busia. And I told them, can you stop beating this lady? I asked them, why are you beating her? They said she has eaten our chapatis and she has not paid. When I asked the lady, why did you do so? She said she had taken 3 days without eating with the children. She was taking chapati to give to the children. And people thought she had a mental illness. And that's why I talk humbly and second this motion strongly that this country, as Uganda, we must address mental health issues. And to mainstream it, Mr. Speaker, sir, I request that we should begin with giving the ministry enough staff. Because as I talk now, honorable colleagues, the mental health unit at the ministry has only 2 staff, Dr. Hafsa and Dr. Kenneth, looking after people who are almost 14 million with mental health issues. And we pray and request that the Ministry of Health should upgrade this from a unit to a department, because after the result of COVID-19, almost mental health issues have affected almost everybody, although we are not walking naked. That's why you find that almost 90% of people moving on roads talking alone. Therefore, we are praying, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, that mental health should be mainstreamed in all our health units. And this should begin by training the health staffs on the areas of intervention of how to counsel people, because most people are going to hospitals because of challenges. Poverty is a very, very, very big problem. And Mr. Speaker, to proceed further, and my colleagues, we are requesting that since we have challenges of drug and drug substance in schools as per now, the ministry should consider employing counselors in schools to counsel our children. This will help us so that we have a generation of tomorrow that is really humbled and who counseled well to know how to move. My colleagues and Mr. Speaker, sir, right now, mental health drugs in Uganda are the most expensive. And not accessible at all. We therefore request the government that these drugs should be given to people free. This will help to reduce a lot of challenges that our people are facing. Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, I really second this motion because I believe we have left it to partners. We are hearing of only the GIZ, the Germans, the World Health Organization, the UNICEF, and majorly with children. Mental health is a very big challenge to this country with the children, which is causing retarded education in our country. We therefore, as a country, we should increase on our budget, and this will help. It has come to solve issues of poverty. But I believe we should not only employ financial officers, we should employ people who should be counseled how to use this money. because people are really suffering problems of depression due to the longevity of the COVID-19 epidemic, which they don't see hope at all. And therefore, the only way for this program to succeed, we should put up mental health support officers in district to help work together with the parish development model to guide our people so that this program can be successful. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I request that as a country and as Parliament, we should work collectively together to make sure that we mainstream mental health in this country so that the country can stable like other countries that have stable in areas of depression and anxiety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Macha has been given a special time because he's the chairperson, Parliamentary Forum on Mental Health. So he's in charge of us, all of us. Yes, yes. So Honorable Melissa, 2 minutes, and do quickly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Avako Melissa Naimagule, Woman Member of Parliament, Yombe District. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second a motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize and improve mental health and psychotic care in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I look at this motion as follows. 2018 report of Sectoral Committee on Health of Uganda pointed out treatment gap of 85%, meaning that only 15 receive mental health care. And mental health is being underfunded at 1% of the 3.35% of the funds allocated to mental, neurological, and substance use disorders. And among other predisposing factors, including low levels of employment of mental health professionals, few numbers of supporting professionals like psychologists, counselors, and social workers, lack of other health facilities to supplement Butabika Hospital, and inadequate awareness about mental health issues. The resultant effects, as well stated by the mover, noted included depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, alcohol, and substance abuse among the populations. And such patients tend to seek for mental health and psychiatric care from unprofessional care providers into misdiagnosis, delay or preventing mental illness patients from obtaining appropriate medical care. Right Honorable Speaker, having noted the burden of mental illness, Uganda's ranking in Africa, majority population affected, predisposing factors, resultant effects of mental illness on the population of Uganda, I therefore recommend that I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Melissa. Yes, I'll start with Honorable Rume Vaiga. I go to Dr. Musa, Dr. Kamara.
Thank you very
And
much,
Honorable
Right Honorable.
Christine. Then I go here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the mover and the seconder of this motion because it is very important. Right Honorable Speaker, mental diseases such as anxiety, depression, mania or hypomania, which are usually undiagnosed, panic attacks, alcoholism in all its ranges, substance abuse, schizophrenia, autism, hyperactive children, and so on, are very prevalent in this country, and we do not have the capacity to enumerate them all. And we have been
These are mental issues. Those are the words some of them speak without even.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, This was brought to the attention of members so that on their prescription forms, if a diagnosis has been made, let them take note that a doctor has made some kind of diagnosis. Right, Honorable Speaker, we need to look for the cause of this kind of epidemic of mental illness that has come to Uganda. An insinuation has been made about COVID-19, which afflicted the population recently. But we need also to examine the state of affairs in this country, especially poverty, loans, inability of our people to fend for themselves, take their children to school, visit a doctor, and so on, which leaves very many people undiagnosed, and then they get.
Thank you. Dr. Musta?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank the mover and the seconders of this very important motion. Mental health in the country, I think at most in all parts of the country is only accessed at the level of regional referral hospital. If you go to the districts and our sub-counties, health facilities, sub-counties, entirely we do not have services relating to mental health. And actually it can be considered as one of the neglected diseases in the country. This is because of limited number of experts in the field and inadequate funding to the health sector, especially for procuring the medicines for mental health. I therefore want to support this motion, and I am thinking the ministry need to invest, or the country need to invest in training of health experts, and then we need to fund the health sector so that we can deploy the staff and we can procure the medicines. And then we can also have public health interventions to address.
Thank you, Dr. Kamara.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable
We
Speaker.
have many doctors. If you're a doctor, please, you do this, I will pick you first.
I stand to second and support the motion, and I thank the mover and the seconder. I have 2 points to make. First, mental health is real. Oftentimes I've heard people say, somebody committed suicide. How can you commit suicide? Me, I cannot commit suicide. No. Committing suicide is just a disease. Anyone who can commit suicide. The moment we start understanding mental health, we stop using words like mad, going berserk, wires going off. That is now stigmatizing people with mental health. Secondly, we must talk about the causes. Of course, you have been talking about hospital-based care, but what causes this?
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Christine. Then I come to you, PDF.
Thank you very much,
Dr.
Right Honorable
Nekesa.
Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable, as not as a medic, I know that mental health is a result of poverty, ignorance, and disease. And really, in my district in Kumi, Mr. Speaker, many men are committing suicide. But the population is not aware of what is causing the increasing number of men committing suicide. I really want to support the motion.
Should it,
Mr. Speaker,
could it be women?
I do not know.
Yeah. That's why I meant.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am aware that in some facilities there are psychiatric staff. But at what level do we have the psychiatric staff? But even as they are there, do they do the work of counseling? And in the facilities where there are counselors, are they doing?
Thank you. Dr. Nekesa. Now, our hearts are easily broken as men.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
Dr.
Thank
Nekesa.
you, Honorable Speaker. I stand up to support the motion on mental health as presented. I mean, as military, of course, most of our forces suffer post-stress trauma after so much work we do. So you obviously expect me to talk about that, but it's known that we have a way of handling that as a military. People after heavy loads of work, they go through a lot of stress, fighting, defending the country. And when we do as an institution in Uganda of military, we cater for that by having specialists. Additionally, right now, quite concerned about the preventive arm. One of my colleagues, Dr. Kamara, mentioned about the cause and the prevention. I think in most of times here in Uganda, or maybe in our practices.
Honor, I will conclude, yes. Yes, Richard?
I would like to raise the importance of prevention. Most of the causes of the mental stresses and illnesses is from substance abuse and alcohol. And these are preventive. School management, societal management to control this flow of abuse of substances and alcohol use is part of our culture. We don't care much until we get the effect, and then the costs are so big. I submit that Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Uwenju, Hoima. Kapchora is next, and then Ariko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the mover and seconder of the motion. And I also want to add my voice. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda, we have not been paying attention on this matter. And according to World Health Organization, Uganda is among top 6 countries in Africa with mental health illnesses. Dr. Baiga talked about all those illnesses, but it is so quite unfortunate that we have only 42 doctors, psychiatrists, to take care of 14 million people of Uganda. That is not believable, and it cannot happen.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of inaccessibility and the issue of affordability have been handled. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to draw your attention to the rising numbers of dementia cases. Each day, it is not a surprise to reach your mother and she cannot even remember your name. We have issues even with the big personalities. I urge the government, much as we support this motion, but the dementia is also a very serious issue. Take away. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I think you're enjoying your evening because you're debating. When you start take away, and yet we are discussing mental health issues, then the read of the answer. Capture.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover and the seconders of the motion. I know that mental cases in Uganda are many, but it is one of the sectors that has been neglected for long. When I look around, when I walk, when I drive through roads, I always meet people who are mentally sick, but nobody cares about them. They instead run away from them. So there's need. How do I know?
No, Honorable colleague, go on, please.
So I want to thank the government for Butabika Hospital, for installing Butabika Hospital, which is now serving many of the mental cases in Uganda. But I wanted to say that Butabika Hospital is passing out psychiatric nurses year after year. But when we go to our hospital.
But colleagues, you see, we are looking at this as a matter which we can easily submit on and move. The day you have a mental health patient in your home, that's when you will know how difficult it is. You know, the things they do, you know, it's difficult. This is not someone for whom you would say, I even take abroad, even if you have the money and they manage, you know. So sometimes you might call for services of people like Vasarirwa. You know, he's a counselor. At Makere, he used to be a counselor. Honorable Rico, then Honorable Chia, then Jantonde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the motion. Particularly, I would like to take the House to the angle where probably we might not pick up. It is the issue of human resources for health. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas we talk about lack of medical personnel that will handle psychiatric cases at our various health facilities. Mr. Speaker, currently in Uganda, we only have 2 qualified mental health or psychiatric nursing examiners in this country. And both of them have retired from active service. Mr. Speaker, sir, how shall we look at the aspect of preparing the human resources for health when those that are responsible for training and formatting the
Conclude, Honorable.
The mental health care trainers are not available. So we must look at the aspect of ensuring that our institutions are able to train and churn out psychiatric professionals that will be posted to our various health facilities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Remejia, then Diantonde. Now, colleagues, if you've spoken today, whether it was on procedure, order, or what, please first sit.
Thank you, Mr.
I want those who have been spoken seated because I know you. Like Honorable Siraja has been with us since 2. So, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Discussing this motion, Mr. Speaker, I want to move to require that a comprehensive assessment of the health status of mental health status in this country and the human resource capacities is done by the Ministry of Health, and at a later date bring a comprehensive report to this House on the status of the human resource capacity in this country, the infrastructure available for mental health. Honorable Kabanda, if you may allow that this motion be amended, because I realize a few statistics have been thrown around. It says the 2 who are experts in the country have retired. We say there are 14 million people who are mentally incapacity illnesses. We say there are 42 doctors. What are the numbers really? And what we have, and this is a very serious issue. As the speaker has intimated, this is a mental health person. It may not be easy even to take out of the country. Let's have a detailed analysis of the status of mental health infrastructure in our country so that we can come back to this House and examine the matter and see where the gaps are, what are the causes, and what can we do as a parliament to address this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Diantonde.
So then I move an amendment. Is it seconded?
Is the amendment seconded? Chair, I wanted to, is that okay, Chair?
All right, Honorable Speaker, the amendment is welcome.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded? By who? Yes. Honorable Second, Honorable Kayondo, Honorable Mricha, Honorable Nyachkongo, Honorable Stella, and Honorable Bigger Rose. Yes. Colleagues, generally by the whole House. Okay? Yes, so I put a question that we adopt the amendment. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Aye, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also support this motion that due to the lack of medical staff to deal with mental cases, some NGOs or business people have started hubs to take care of some of these people, and they are exploiting Ugandans. For example, when you go to this hub and take your person there, they charge almost 200 to 300,000 per day. And there are few Ugandans who can afford such. So I think if you got, excuse, can I?
Conclude.
Yeah, if the government looks into this, then you find that most Ugandans will be taken care of other than leaving these people to these NGOs or business people. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Doctor? And
Thank-
then engineer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Abraham Isamat is my name, MP Kapini. Right Honorable Speaker, there are potential cases, even in Parliament, who could be having mental illness.
You want to give us information on potential cases? Go
So
on, Honorable.
the matter we're discussing is a serious one. I'm an animal psychologist, a veterinarian by training. We look at the behavior of a person. We look at the reactions and the responses of people to particular issues. And you can straight away tell that this one is a candidate.
No, you see,
This issue we're discussing, Right Honorable Speaker, is an issue affecting all of us.
now, Honorable, you're behaving in a manner that is doubtful.
So this issue we're discussing is, I strongly support the motion, and I really pray that there should be a lot of investment as far as human resource development is concerned,
Thank you.
especially psychiatrists. There are several factors that cause mental illness.
Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I was fearing that the Honorable colleague was conclude that after analyzing behavior, some of us behave worse than animals, which he has studied deeply. But luckily enough, it seems he remained in the area of human beings. So Honorable Rook, Oseko, you had spoken today. So Honorable Rook.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Engineer Chovelu Kwinesko, MP for Ruka North. This issue of mental health, we are aware that after COVID-19, so many cases have increased. So for me, I will urge you, government, to look at the causes of this, because this will increase. For example, loss of employment, high prices which have accelerated everywhere. People are talking about husbands or men taking their lives. It's basically because of high standards of living. The best things have gone high demands from women. So I look at, yes. So I urge you really that we need to look at the causes than even the effect. Thank you. I submit.
Now, colleagues, these are serious issues. I think men need support. I have seen one of the telecoms running an advert that send money to your boyfriend and you win a car. So you can see by the time we are running companies, adverts of that nature, it means men are doing badly. We need affirmative action. But Honorable Kasoro, and then Kamoja and Arua. Then we go here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank the mover of the motion. Colleagues, you are aware, mental health is a reality. It's increasing day by day. If you went to our villages, you realize that there's a clique of younger men who have gone to West. And if this matter is not handled adequately, we are destined to have a big problem as a country. On our colleagues, I only want us to discuss this motion with a lot of soberness and the seriousness it demands. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the mental case issues are increasing, and you have talked about it, what it takes to have a mental person in a family. It's very expensive. It depletes all of your resources. And I would urge.
Thank you. Yes. Moja Arua, then Nyachkongo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also support the motion And Right Honorable Speaker, we are all victims of mental health. It's only the degree of madness which matters or which differs. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a serious matter in our societies where we come from. Because of the dynamics in society, the number of people affected by this virus are increasing on a daily basis. Right Honorable Speaker, we have talked of technical people dealing with this disease. The problem is perception. Once you run mad,
So, Honorable, what degree of madness are you at?
Right Honorable Speaker, it also varies from time to time.
Colleagues, you've enjoyed enough. Let's be serious. Honorable Tima.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude. We need to do a lot of community awareness to appreciate that this mental health is a real issue. We need to do a lot of sensitization, and we need to do.
Thank you, Honorable Tima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at this number, 14 million Ugandans suffering from mental illness. Out of about 46 million Ugandans, this is so perturbing, Right Honorable Speaker. We as a parliament and government of Uganda need to prioritize and support this cause. Looking at the recommendation of the committee where the facilities that were used by mental health are being transferred during the COVID pandemic for that purpose, Arua being an example of that, right now, who are suspected to be having the mental problems are not taken to prison.
Honorable Andrew Ranya. And Kasese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the move of the motion and the amendments that came after that. If you listen to the statistics, they're actually worrying, because if you look at 40 million people who are the known cases, that's worrying. But that means the others who have not been confirmed. So my request is that without funds, all this cannot be achieved, because we should be able to institutionalize the support that we offer to the mental health patients. If I go to a hospital, I should be able to also check my mental capabilities, not just checking for malaria, not just checking for any other issue. Can we have the mental aspect checked as well? That would also help us with a bit of stigma, because if you're known to have a mental issue, there's that stigma associated with it. It will take a bit of time, but it still comes down to funds. That when the request for funds comes, can we as a parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think one day we should run a test of us colleagues here. We see how we are doing. Huh? Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I had allowed Honorable Nyashkongoro then Kasese. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of mental illness is serious. You know, when we were moving around prisons, it was one of the concerns that was raised by prisons officers, and there is no attention that is paid to psychiatry department to intervene. And you know, when you are incarcerated in prisons, you have various challenges. So we are all potential prisoners, and therefore we should make sure that at least that sector is supported. Right Honorable Speaker, people were saying that men commit suicide, but the 52% of the 14 million actually are women. And when you see men chopping, killing, and battling women, don't think that they are normal. There is some kind of mental illness in the illness, except that we don't have people to run to. And why women are helped, they usually share out their disturbances and depression.
Thank you. Kasese?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to also join the rest of my colleagues in supporting the motion. And Right Honorable Speaker, especially among the youth. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a correlation between drug abuse and mental health. In our rural areas,
Colleagues, we only record what is on record. That's on
Honorable
record, and
Speaker.
you know the case we are handling. Don't overreact.
Right Honorable Speaker, among the youth, for example, we have a drug called marijuana. Unfortunately, marijuana.
Honorable, conclude, we interfered with your submission.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, marijuana as a drug has become a lucrative business along the road. You find vehicles packed with lots of marijuana, and there is nothing that is happening. I want to pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that the implementers of the law, especially the law concerning narcotic drugs, should put a lot of emphasis on the sale of
Thank you.
marijuana in the country.
Faced, then Peter.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The 10th of October, 2022 will be a day of the world. It will be a World Mental Health Day internationally. And on the 14th of October, 2022, my district will celebrate the World Mental Health Day. The report that I received from my district recently indicates that 7,000 people in my district that have been able to come to hospitals are suffering from mental health. So out of the 14 million people of Uganda, the 7,000 are seated in my district. And these 7,000 people, Right Honorable Speaker, are not able to access the nearest mental health care.
Honorable Vasaro, when did you reach that site? No, Honorable Machai, I haven't allowed you. So, please. So, Honorable Gon, Honorable conclude.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. As I indicated that the 7,000 of those, the 14 million are sitting in my district, and the main hospital in the region does not have any mental support staff or any help. Right Honorable Speaker, as we notice that of these 7,000, the report indicates that majority of them are female. And we believe that one of the reasons why women are suffering from mental health is issues of gender-based violence in families. And this, as we address the issue of mental health, and as we bring out this issue, we need to go back again and severely address the issue of gender-based violence at household level.
Honorable Feta, and then
Thank you
Ms.
so much,
Roma.
Right Honorable Speaker. Over the weekend, I lost a cousin as a result of suicide, and he was a medical practitioner at the age of 31. Right Honorable Speaker, West Nile has a very big problem of youth abusing substance. There is a social media recordings where a young man, after eating marunzi, was telling the questionnaire, the person questioning them, that this is used as a method of family planning, that after eating marunji, they will not be able to look at the women. Now, if you look at the rate of young men who are stripping themselves naked, moving on streets of Yumbe, on streets of Arua, it's a big problem. I want to appeal to this parliament and to this port to support the motion so that we can be able to improve the situation.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Honorable Juliet, and then Honorable Bigaros, and Honorable Sala.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice and second
and support this motion. And I urge you, the recruitment agencies, to be very careful. Last few weeks, I got a phone call. I was here from police OC of Ndewa. I was invited to the station to find someone who was a criminal, but I was surprised to find someone who is a mental case. The man who was staying with me, he is addicted, I think, of smashing glasses everywhere, whether they are vehicles or what. He did it to me. I handed over to relatives in Nakaseke. Then when I went there, I found that this man was working for a security agency, and he was given a gun. So when he was given a gun, he was put on to guard the vehicles. I think it was a parking lot. All the cars were smashed. So when I reached there, I told them here in Ndewa that this case you have is not even a criminal. It is a mental case. Then they handed over to the medicals. And if I request that I also remind some of you can remember what happened in Chiboga. There was this engineer, the district engineer, Engineer Gordon, he was my friend. He was killed by the because he tried to open the car that was not his. He's thinking that the car was his, because I think maybe the case, he had been even mentally sick since he left the university. So I request that as we recruit people, we should maybe subject them to some mental, especially the security, subject them to mental tests so that at least we don't get a gun and hand over someone who may not be.
Thank you.
mentally okay.
Sala.
Thank you.
No, it was Honorable Sala first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to support the mover and the seconder of this motion. All has been said about the causes of mental illness and the rest, but I want, as Parliament, to interest ourselves on, I want to give an example of a person who has been sick for almost 3 to 4 years and has been in Butabika for all those years. And at the end of the day, after healing, this person may be supposed to go back home. First of all, socially, people reject, the community may reject him. They may think maybe this person is still having a problem in his head. And secondly, we find that he financially has nowhere to begin from. And therefore, I support that this sector gets enough money so that such a people can be rehabilitated at the end of the day, so that they also fit in the society.
Thank you. You know, colleagues, you see, if you saw some videos on social media of a gentleman who attacked Honorable Kasaija when he was presenting at Media Center, I think Media Center, and he was saying, I'm a professor. You is good in Wagawa Vicent. He's my brother. He's from my area. As a PhD student at Makerere, you know, and one of the best brains we've ever had in our area and this country. But mental problem, you know, and sometimes how we treat them in communities. And we diagnose the bipolar problem, where if he's very happy, it becomes a problem. If he's disappointed so much, it becomes a problem. So, but what support do we get? You just go to Butabika, and even at Butabika, even if you take him, he has a way of getting out now. He knows every corner of Butabika will go with a uniform, disappears. But above all, despite us recently, were as a group, we were paying for his treatment at KIU. But the issue is very expensive to treat a mental health patient in this country. Very, very expensive. And it's not him alone. Then, of course, it also goes to the issue of consumer protection. And I hope Attorney General, our bill, is about to come here. These, you know, these several drinks. Reason I saw an example of a drink called Bajaj. Now, it means if you take such a drink, you will charge like a Bajaj.
You meet someone who is charged like a bajaj, knocking everyone. Yeah. So very many. So issues of consumer protection in our schools. I want to confess, in our family, we've had an addict. And completely, we even managed to take him abroad, but he was deported. Even in Arab countries, they managed to get alcohol. So it's beyond someone just running mad. But I have told you one thing without going into details. The day you get a mental case in your family, that's when you will know what Honorable Aisha Kabanda, what Honorable Macha and colleagues are talking about. And can be one of the signature interventions we've made. Liaising closely with government, we bring it to the attention of government. Take this as a very, very serious case, and we start funding it. I wish the chairman of the Committee on Health was here, but colleagues are here, because in the end, what Honorable Remigio, the pay of Honorable Remigio, Achia, the one he raised, I won't wait for that for under 220 over rules of procedure on action reports. No, it needs to stand out, that the Minister of Health can come here and he gives us a status statement on the infrastructure, mental health infrastructure support, and we identify the money in the budget. Can we track? Can we trace it? We would have helped very, very many people. We say we're providing mental health medication and support at health centers, even at least at health center forever. At least at health center forever. So, Honorable Bigger.
Yeah, thank you so much,
And
Right
then,
Honorable Speaker.
We need a spiritual intervention of Honorable Jacob Karwanga after. Yes, he's a pastor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a challenge with the treatment of accident victims. We have so many accident victims, especially when they knock their heads. Like my follower, up to now, has a mental problem. When he starts talking, he talks nonstop. And this is because the treatment alone, which we couldn't finish, costed the poor me 64 million. Yet they needed more money. It was too much. And there are so many of such accident victims who are not properly treated. So if we can give attention to accident victims, then we will do a lot in curbing down mental illness too. Patriarchal society, women have more challenge with mental illness because they go through depression. Men go out, but women remain with children. When there's any hardship, it's the women who bear it head-on collusion.
Thank you, Honorable. And then Honorable Queen, and then Honorable Benjamin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join colleagues in supporting the motion. The burden of mental health cannot be overemphasized. And by the way, all of us are potential candidates. And therefore, I want to urge colleagues that we join hands in appropriating as much as possible for this cause, but also join those who have proposed that the ministry must carry out a thorough research and present a holistic proposal for this intervention. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Queen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my sister Aisha and Honorable Macho for this motion. Mr. Speaker, they say statistics don't lie. And it's on record here that 35% of Ugandans have issues of mental health and 15% need attention. I lost a brother in 2020. He had this issue. We couldn't support him enough. We tried all we could. Another I speak now, I have a cousin who is a clinical officer. He cannot work now. He has lost all his directions. And when we are discussing issue of mental health here, it's true that some of us are really touched, and whatever intervention.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Benjamin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this chance. Right Honorable Speaker, 14 million people translates 31% of the population of Uganda. And if you were to break it down further, every 3 people you meet, 1 of them is actually sick. And actually, when I'm seated with 2 other people, I start suspecting myself. The real problem, right, Honorable Speaker, there must be causes. One of the challenges is that even people who are sick don't want to accept that they are sick. And they don't know. There are stresses that we suffer every day, right, Honorable Speaker, that cause most of these problems. We have people who have been retired from their jobs, and they take ages without accessing their retirement benefits. This becomes a driving force to one becoming mad. We have
Honorable Noah, Dr. Aranyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want also to add my voice to thank the mover of the motion. This is a serious matter, Honorable Speaker, that many people are mentally disturbed. There are people you find on their way, moving, but of course speaking to themselves. That's one. Others are making a number of signs, a lot of signs, see what is happening. But I want to share experience, Mr. Speaker, what is happening. There are families with people who are mentally disturbed. And of course, such people have caused sharp differences between family members. They attribute this to witchcraft. That one has also started happening. Then secondly, Mr. Speaker, police, Uganda police has a very big problem because whatever happens and there is a person who is mentally disturbed, he said the way I stay. He terrorized the entire town until he went to my home. When he went to my
conclude, Pastor. Switch on and conclude.
I didn't remain with glass in my house or in the windows, but I had to call the police to go and get him and take him to Butabika. But they had to ask for fuel. So police also needs to be considered because whatever happens, they run to police. Reaching there, no quota ladies for fuel. So we need also to look at this as a serious matter. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aranyo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to second the motion and appreciate the presenters. Right Honorable Speaker, mental health is a very big issue. One of the major causes is unemployment. If you look around, we have seen in newspapers, on TV, youth jumping from flat down and killing themselves, committing suicide. In homes, we have friends, relatives who are mentally challenged. In schools, we have the same. I would like to appeal to government at least to make an inclusion of recruiting psychosocial staff and psychiatric nurses in schools, because young people tend to have crush on their colleagues. They end up with hysteria, which we call the conversion disorder in medical language. And also in the same vein, substance abuse is practiced in school. So early identification of such issues can easily be done. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It can easily be done by psychosocial staff and also the psychosocial nurse. I beg to submit.
Siraj and then Kumi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to support the mover of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of mental health problem is a big one and it's very critical. You will find that in the area where I come from, cases concerning mental health are much associated with drug abuse. And they begin from small cases and are now going to large. So it will be appropriate if services are taken nearer to the people, so that when identified, immediately they are reported and the cases are started immediately to be treated there. So by leaving them to escalate, it will mean that they become so big and handling them will also be a problem. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Kumi.
Thank you so
Then
much.
mo-
This debate needed a full day because of its importance. Honorable Speaker, thank you. One, currently in Uganda, the number of accidents that we have on our roads is increasing day and night. And I'm attempting to think we must do some quick research. Isn't this connected to mental health? Yes, because there could be a problem, there could be a challenge. A driver, you see that another car is coming from in front, but you are firing like you have a problem. Don't we need to investigate to really confirm? Oh, so Chair, I think that is, Speaker, something of interest. Of course, we need to talk about happiness levels in the country. In some countries now, they have ministers for happiness. When people are not happy, they can get mentally disturbed. Yes, so we must invest in making people happy.
Conclude, Honorable Cyrus.
When we don't observe the human rights of the country, of the citizens, people will get mentally disturbed. We must observe the human rights of our citizens. The other issue is to give people equal opportunities. When somebody sees that tomorrow they have given another one, next time I'm never there, they get mentally disturbed. The other issue is about social security. You lose a job, you lose a marriage, you lose money, people get disturbed. Mr. Speaker, we need a full week of debate on issues of mental health. Yes, I said.
Honorable, are you normal? Because from a day, he has gone to a week, and I don't know if I added you another minute, you just for a whole year. Yes. So, Honorable Musana. Yes. You know, I want to sort your issues before we go into recess. And tomorrow we have a long day with bills. So we have to handle the issue of the agricultural bank, and then the Minister of Local Government has to respond to your issues. Okay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleagues have said, I want also to support this important motion. Mr. Speaker, there is a very important matter where government would want to interest itself in, and this is largely environmental. There are many issues that are happening in this country, but the government has not taken interest into them. We are discussing about mental health. Most of the government itself has the capacity to tame the environment. Colleagues have mentioned many things to do with the economy, many things to do with social services, many things to do with the provision of all these amenities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I totally and 100% agree with the motion, but Honorable Speaker is only talking about at the treatment side of the story. But Honorable Speaker, let us also look at the prophylaxis side of the story. Honorable Speaker, there is a factor that is cross-cutting from MPs to the voters, that is debts and loans. Honorable Speaker, loans are pushing our people into mental illness area. From MPs to the voters. Honorable Speaker, the moment the government neglected it over to the greedy sharks who are extracting loans, who are extracting very big interest from people. Honorable Speaker, voters are no longer.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Gilbert has been here since Gilbert, and then Honorable Yones.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government needs to start identifying factors that may cause mental health. You know, different people have different problems, and majorly, those ones with problems are most likely to have mental problems. For example, in war for long. If you look at the area where it was mostly affected by war, you find very many people who have mental problems because their children were killed, the parent was killed, and nasty things happened in that particular area. Therefore, we can curb this by counseling and setting up the department that will keep on identifying areas by area. And
thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I look at the statistics of the move of the motion, the 14 millions out of 45 million Ugandans, that gives us 31% mental cases in Uganda. When you look at the medical personnel, the 42 we have, they are at a ratio of 1 against. The only recognized health center handling mental cases is only one of Tabika. And all over Uganda, wherever such a case is identified, is referred to Tabika. There is much need to improve on that. Likewise, Right Honorable Speaker, the attention on the so-called incurable disease.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, we need to ascertain the root cause of this mental health. You see, Honorable Speaker, even as here, even some leaders, you find a leader asking for something to smoke first in order for him to talk. You find even as here in the House, Honorable Speaker, you find somebody when he has a matter of national importance and you have granted him that you will give a speech. You find somebody trying to, then you ask, one day I asked, it is okay. One day I said, what is it? But it is just because of the mental case. Now it is the degree of the mental case that we have. But Right Honorable Speaker, we need to do a
Veronica, then Vasari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the move of the motion, plus all the members for your submissions. Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, I think we should empower the village health teams through sensitization so that they can help us to identify the victims before that situation gets worse. These village health teams are the people who live with these people before the so-called doctors come to find them. I pray as Parliament, we interest ourselves in empowering the health village teams. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, the current situation where a woman killed her 2 children. That situation, the people around her knew about it, but because they didn't know what to do,
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Raton Speaker. Raton Speaker, I only want the front bench to explain why these public institutions that are training mental health service providers are very expensive. Very expensive. Even those that are admitted on government sponsorship. Hardly afford them. And this is a complete misunderstanding of what government sponsorship is about. What really are you planning to do about it? Somebody is admitted on government sponsorship in a public institution to undertake these mental related courses, and they are paying exorbitantly, and they're actually failing to meet the expenses.
Thank you. Yes, let me first Honorable Margaret Lamwaka, and then no colleagues, you had spoken. I'll give you another, and Honorable Adrico. Then I give you a chance on the other issues which we are having, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, to me, I look at the health facilities that we have. I am talking like this with my mother is suffering from depression from 2007 up to date. It is quite expensive. You can't really go to, she can't really get medication. I would wish we would have a specialist, a psychiatric doctor or nurse at health centers free. Because even in my area, you can't even get a psychiatric nurse at health center Ford, which is Namukora. As I'm talking like this, I also have a daughter of a son of a mad woman, whom I picked at 7 days, and the boy is now.
Thank you. Read the record, please. People have answered. This is Margaret Lamwaka, not Catherine Lamwaka. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Christie. I know Honorable Adrico.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
The rest I'll pick you on the next item. Speak on Agriculture Bank.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true. We, the current leaders, we are in a problem for the mental illness. For example, Arua district is border between Congo, then the issue of opium smoking is too much at Arua district, particular of our constituents. And the two, last week, a man 60 years with the 3 years baby boy. So that's a very big problem. This with the causes all what? The cause of opium smoking. And the two, the issue of murder cases has increased because of opium smoking. Then I appeal to this government, particularly the parliament, to come up with the serious action, because particularly West Nile, we have so much problem, and that's now we're speaking, the case of murder is increasing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to put it to the attention of the House that Uganda enacted the Mental Health Act in 2019, which repealed the Mental Treatment Act. And I remember on 27th April this year, Honorable Opendi Sarah raised the concern of operationalization of this act. And one of the items that were cited was the to set standards and monitor the implementation of the act. However, to date, nothing has been in place as far as the advisory board is concerned. And Right Honorable Speaker, we see a lot of negative attitudes towards the training for this type of course. Even in the families, I had a relative who had opted to go for psychiatric nursing, and people were like, how much would you be paid? That one is not even a well-paid profession. You would rather go for gynecologist, pediatrics, but this one, probably within our recommendations, would come up with a resolution to increase a pay such that will also interest our people. And also the negative attitudes are experienced in the way we relate with this disease. Few people would opt for formal health care when they cite a mental illness. They would first look for African chemistry. They would first look for pastors. So that negative attitude of not first thinking of formal health treatment is also challenging us. And then the sequential recovery in Butabika is not there. They are going for extremists.
Honorable, conclude.
Yes, thank you. They are going for extremists who sometimes are treated even with ropes, tied with ropes. The moment the ropes are off, they even call you, yours is at least okay. Please take him or her. My father has been sick since 1997 to date, and I've been treating him. So I have serious experiences. So we do not have those other recovery options that maybe as you are here, wait on here and receive this counseling. So we are calling on the rehabilitation centers to trickle down from the national up to the lower levels. Let us have these nurses, at least at health centers it is. But somebody from Chiboga, our ambulance is ever the police cabin. It is not these normal ambulances for our health people, because they also need to be treated with dignity. But every time you have to come to Butabika, you are on a police patrol, pickup, coming to Butabika.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, we've debated enough. Chair, you don't need to respond to these issues. You have had tremendous support. I have another colleague whom I want. Please, just 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to statement. One, I want to thank colleague for overwhelmingly supporting this motion. But to show the seriousness of this matter, statistics show that Uganda is 8 in the whole world. So that statistics show that either alcohol consumption is a response to the mental issues or is the precursor to another future problem. The earlier we acted, the better for us. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. We've had an extensive debate. I now want to put a question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government prioritize and improve mental health and psychiatric care in Uganda be adopted with amendment. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary no. The ayes have it. Thank you and congratulations, Honorable. You've raised a very important issue. Minister, we need the statement which I've asked for, plus the action taken report on this recommendation, on this resolution, as per Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure within 3 months. But for the statement, within 1 month. After recess, we need this statement so that we can have another debate, can continue with this debate. And the Committee on Health is hereby directed to take up these issues seriously and ensure that once we are considering the Ministry of Police statement for the Minister of Health, indeed these issues are addressed. So next.
Item 8, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to establish a national agricultural bank.
Thank you, Honorable Agnes Apea. Colleagues, this is, we shall make it short.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm here to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to establish a national agriculture bank moved under Rule 5.6 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas Objective 11 Principles of State Policy of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda obligates the state to stimulate agricultural development by the enactment of enabling legislation. Aware that the agriculture sector is a backbone of Uganda's economy, accounting for approximately 24% of the country's gross domestic product, 43% of the country's export.
Switch on.
And employs 70% of the population. Concerned that financing by farmers and agribusiness micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises remains a challenge, mainly due to market price fluctuation, low market access to agricultural produce, and lack of collateral, given that the agricultural sector is significantly informal. Further concerned that farmers, cooperatives, and agribusinesses in Uganda lack a centralized bank which can facilitate access to affordable short, medium-term, and long-term financing to boost productivity and investment in agricultural activities, both
on small and large scale, and also a bank that can effectively support government's initiative to shape and implement policies on agricultural credit financing. Cognizant that Parliament has on several occasions, through committee reports and parliamentary debates, emphasized to government the need for a bank that can lead capacity building strategies and programs aimed at strengthening the agricultural value chain financing and ultimately developing the agriculture sector. Recognizing that government has in the past provided mechanisms through which farmers and agribusinesses can access agricultural credit finance services, such as the Agricultural Credit Facility in Bank of Uganda, working in partnership with various commercial banks, Uganda Development Bank Limited, Microfinance Support Center, Pride Microfinance, among others, with the aim of facilitating the provision of short, medium, and long-term financing to projects engaged in agriculture and agro-processing, focusing aware that despite government's interventions to provide agricultural credit finance services, farmers, cooperatives, and agribusinesses continue to grapple with the challenge of accessing agricultural credit financial services to upgrade and increase productivity, since the credit financing services offered to the various sectors in the agriculture sector are usually unaffordable and generally inaccessible due to the stringent conditions attached to them. Further aware that the continued absence of affordable agricultural credit finance services by farmers and agribusinesses defeats the objective of Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which aims at promoting sustainable agriculture. Cognizant that a bank that is solely for provision of financial services for agricultural development is an engine for the promotion and transformation of the agriculture sector, from subsistence to commercialized modern farming, and ultimately facilitate economic growth, food security, and reduction in poverty. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that Parliament urges government to establish a national agricultural bank. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, is the motion seconded? Honorable Arion, Honorable Tevandeke, Honorable Christine, Honorable Sa, Honorable Nur Biamkama, Honorable Remejia Chia, Honorable Bagonza, Honorable Saira Bagon. Aha, Aja Tuetangura. Sorry. Aja Tuatongola. Yes. So I was thinking of the Right Honorable Wetangula in Kenya. I should take her. We visited the Right Honorable. Yeah? Yes. Honorable, would you like to speak to your motion? Oh, and the Minister of Agriculture seconded it. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, for your support. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the National Agricultural Bank is not a new thing. Our mighty NRM Party manifesto for 2021-2026 requests or directs or has planned to establish a National Agricultural Bank. Our Ministry of Finance Strategic Plan of 2017 and 2021, which has ended, recommended a specific sector bank. Right Honorable Speaker, our UN principle of leaving no one behind really makes this motion applicable in terms of not leaving our farmers behind in the money economy. Right Honorable Speaker, our farmers are very informal. This motion would help if government adopts to formalize micro farmers to be competitive in the capital space. And that also with the understanding that this will then increase the purchasing power of our farmers, but also give them an opportunity to engage in the money economy. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as you're aware, labor is a major factor of production. But this labor moves where it is paid. The trend of rural-urban migration we are seeing now, because we've made our agriculture very unproductive. And therefore, formalizing or establishing a bank where farmers can access financing and fund their farming activities would retain our young people and provide jobs and income for not only the households, but for our young people. Right Honorable Speaker, Agricultural Bank is a foundation of many economies that we see lending most of these least countries. For example, China. Most of these economies have specifically put in place an agricultural bank that enables to improve their agricultural system. In Africa, we've seen countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and Egypt, where they have agriculture-specific banks that have supported the agricultural economy. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of National Agricultural Bank is a widespread knowledge to both our farmers, but also our financial sector, that in this country, we do not have any specific bank for agriculture, except for banks who will run and say we are going to give farmers money, but at the end of it, because of the nature of farming, interest for these loans are not considered because they are considered as very risky ventures. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Remejia Chia. Seconders, you have 3 minutes maximum, and then I open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, I was one of the people who were picked to write the NRM manifesto. And I'm very happy that today, the Minister of Agriculture, one of the active people, who was really strongly in.
Can you switch on, Honorable? The microphone is off.
Thank you. Members, we must acknowledge the shortcomings of the structural adjustment programs. In the 1990s, our country was convinced that it was bad business to be involved in rural banking. Uganda's cooperative bank was closed when it was profitable, and the results are there. We were forced to sell Uganda Commercial Bank when it was profitable. Today, we recognize the role for government to participate actively in addressing the question of the large majority of the people of Uganda. The whole thinking behind the PDM model and Tandikwa, all of these things we are trying, the youth livelihood, we have been moving around the issues, but exactly what we want to do, we want to empower our people to have access to cheap credit. Any country which does not have the muscle, the power muscle of having resources with these people, is actually running around the corner. Today, Uganda Development Bank and many other banks which are trying to do are not actually focusing on the rural people. Stanbic Bank, which we sold, controls 43% of our deposits. And you know that these are owned by other people, not Ugandans. We must find within our government, and nobody should tell us we cannot do it. We must find capacity. Since we are putting billions in PDM, we have now a pillar 3 in PDM called financial inclusion. We have NDP 3, which is talking about agro-based industrialization. It is time that we reform again how we are providing credit to rural people. And this time round, we know that our people, we have been told by the World Bank, other people, that your poor people are not bankable. Today, through SACCOs, we know that our people are bankable. They can mobilize resources. They can pay loans, and moreover at high interest rates. If we provide cheap loans, accessible at affordable rates, at the central bank rate, we must make a movement now to mobilize our people so that they can access credit at the terms that this country can afford, at the terms that this government is determined to provide loans to the people of Uganda. What is it talk about agro-industrialization if we cannot give financing and financing which is available within our government. We are putting how many billions in PDM? We are putting how many billions in youth livelihood? We have so much money that if we mobilize and organize, the role for agricultural development is long overdue, and members, justification of the stories that government cannot do business are all over. There is a microfinance support center. It is doing banking, and that's a government.
Then, Honorable, conclude because your time is up. No, switch on so that you are on record.
In my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is to urge my colleagues here to put aside the scarecrow stories of the IMF and the World Bank and put a bank in this country that we are going to run, that will be profitable, that will fight poverty, that will be a bedrock of rural mobilization, that will build a culture of savings, that will be an entry point where our people can afford affordable access to credit. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the so-called, the poor, the Ugandans are bankable. They can accept it. These banks they can make deposits. They can access credit. They can pay for it. And we can create a profitable rural agricultural development bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chia. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Emre Kugonza. Another seconder.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I rise to support the motion.
I think the secondment, the moving and secondment, the qualification was a PhD.
Yeah.
Which
So
means the brains we have in this house are sufficient.
Yes, support the motion raised by my colleague. And I want to start by saying that in this country, we don't have poor people, but we have poorly organized and resourced people. And a national agricultural bank would actually break the cycle and we have prosperous people. I just want to start by looking at the banking sector in this country. If you look at the banking sector, you realize that it is foreign owned and it is commercial, and certainly the farming or the farmers who are majority of the population are not part of the priority. And this leaves a very huge gap, well knowing that the agriculture in this country contributes 24% to GDP, 43% of the export earnings, and employs about 70% of the population. And why agriculture, why the banking sector is not supporting agriculture, my colleagues have already mentioned, they take these people as actually being high risk because of the vagaries of weather associated with agriculture. They lack collateral, price fluctuations, they are operating small units, and also difficult to manage because of their numbers. But all this is wishful thinking because these people are not here to support the local people. They are looking at supporting themselves. And when you look at the idea of starting an agricultural bank, the agricultural bank will actually be able to secure the independence and the sovereignty of this country economically. And that's why we want to look at
Switch on, Honorable. Switch on. Switch on. You're off record. First switch on here.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat that sentence?
The smallholder farmers have got a potential of turning around this economy because they are operating in a sector where our country has got a highly competitive advantage. And an agriculture bank will be able to boost access to the badly needed credit. And everybody knows the importance of money in turning around businesses. So the establishment of a national agriculture bank will be a game changer in our cry as a country to achieve socio-economic transformation across the board. Now, one of them, of course, certainly it would definitely boost tremendously access to boost production and productivity, as people will be able to access the long-term credit. Because what is happening in the market today, the farmers are actually, because they need the capital, they go to the banks, which actually give them short-term credit, and yet agriculture itself by nature is long-term. So we need a bank that understands the farmer, a bank that is able to walk the journey of developing the farmer with him or her, such that at the end of the day, the farmer can also be part of the money economy in this country. And actually also establishing the agriculture bank will be able to save government from spending money annually, because every year we appropriate money through now all these schemes, the Paris development model now that has come on the board, because we don't have a vehicle where we can permanently actually be able to store, to keep our money where farmers can be able to access. So like by having a bank and looking at what we have been able to put out there, even what is budgeted now is good enough to start as a starting point to have our bank operational. So I urge colleagues to urge government to support the establishment of an agriculture bank that we needed yesterday if we are to develop this country to a level that we want it to be.
Thank you, colleagues. And now open up the debate. Yes. Issues of agriculture, people like Ambassador, it seems are not comfortable. Yes, so colleagues, we will not take much time on this. Let me start with the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. Yes. Then I pick Honorable Sasaga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion urging government on the National Agricultural Bank. In agriculture sector, the lack of agricultural credit financing is one of the huge challenges in this sector. We need affordable credit for the farmers and for the entire value chain if we are going to foster agriculture as a driver for our economy. We need a bank that understands clearly the dynamics of agriculture and also considers these dynamics while they are formulating lending products so that farmers can be able to access this affordable credit. Affordable credit is very critical for us to provide financing and funding for the agro-industrialization, right from production to the highest level of the value chain. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support and also ask government that this must be a priority.
Conclude, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, sir. This program for us to put in place a national agricultural bank must be a priority for government. But we need a policy. We need a policy, and I'm happy that the Minister of Agriculture is here. We need a policy from which is very, very important to support this National Agricultural Bank. I hope that we'll see that policy soon and help the farmers to access financing. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, remember we are limited by Article 93 of the Constitution in whatever we are doing. So we cannot pass resolutions where we are saying you must do this by this. No, this is a proposal to government, but we urge government to take it seriously because it's in good faith, and as MPs we want to really support it. But we cannot pass a resolution moved by a private member that has a direct charge on the consolidated fund. That's the limitation that we do have. We have to be cautious.
You had mentioned
Yes. So now, I want to know MPs who are farmers. Ruchiga Soroti. And then Sasaga was, Bachiga are known for digging. So you people, now you people, Varua, I don't know, Adrico. Then Adrico. Oh, yes, but colleagues, I'm going to allow you 1 minute, and And we have a serious farmer in Onewarion, one of the biggest cassava farmers in the country. Yes, yes. Can you know, please, Honor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from the cooperative background that outside this parliament, I'm engaged with this cooperative union where I'm the board member and over 1,000 households of farmers. Yeah, the biggest challenge with the farmers is always the failure to access the crop finance. And the crop finance, they can access it, of course, through if there's an agricultural bank. We had the cooperative bank, which was thriving very well in this country. We keep wondering why the NRM government, when they came to power, without intention, was destroyed the cooperative bank. Because that was the only way the farmers could access cheap credit, they could get those loans, they could have the farming inputs, and they could thrive in agriculture. So if they have come up with a second thought of reviving the cooperative bank, actually, Honorable Speaker, for me, could ask them to revive the cooperative bank than creating another new bank, because the cooperative bank had the shareholders in it. There was capital for the farmers in this country and the Ugandans. No, they did not die. What was closed was the Cooperative Bank Limited. Uganda Cooperative Bank has now been closed. They created another company, some mafias, in 1986, which they called the Uganda Cooperative Bank Limited, which they freed its assets. And in that process, they attacked the one of the Uganda Cooperative Bank. So for me, you could perhaps propose that instead of creating another bank, you better go and revive the Uganda Cooperative Bank, where Ugandans have shares in that bank.
Thank you. Ruchiga was next.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Allow me to appreciate my sister for the motion, and I'm here to support the motion having the National Agriculture Bank. But as we are doing this, we really need to consider our local people. How are they going to access? I know it's a big challenge in our country when it comes to farmers, especially in Ruchiga, how to access such banks. They always get loans at a higher, and they end up failing to pay the loan. So I support the motion 100%, and I request we consider our local people when they are getting the loans. Thank you so much, Right Honorable
Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable Amos has even entered the senior agriculture. Honorable Aliko.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank you. I thank the Honorable Dr. Apea for the motion. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to support the motion for a few reasons. One is that this bank will help us with the stabilization of prices and the market for agricultural produce. One of the key problems we have with our agricultural production now is that the farmers are not certain about where they will sell and at what prices. So I believe that the bank will provide a product that will help us gain certainty of where and how much to sell our product. Mr. Speaker, the second thing is the issue of value addition, that we do try to do agriculture in Uganda, but most of the time we sell our product in raw form. That this bank will provide an opportunity for financing for machinery and equipment for the farmer.
Thank you. Karamoja. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
There's a procedure matter here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as chairperson of the sports club, getting concerned that Right Honorable Speaker, you are sitting for too long. The health experts tell us that when you sit consecutively for more than 3 hours without a break, it affects your health. You are still young. I'm seeing you taking something, you are still productive. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right for you to allow a 2-minute health break for purposes of your health and our health, Right Honorable Speaker?
I was suspended for 2 minutes. Thank you. Yes, colleagues. You know, we are having a lot of members' issues, which I want to clean off before we go for recess. We were having very, very many. And then going forward, we are trying to control to see that we don't have a lot of pending issues. We continue process. And some are even always overtaken by time. So when I met with the speaker, we agreed that before we go for recess, we clean off these pending issues so that government can start work. But also, colleagues, indeed, it's not good to sit for this long. We was advised, but also you need to work out. Huh? You need to work out. In a day, my target, I do minimum 10,000 steps. Yes, 10,000, and you can do it. When you're in office, move around. When you reach home, just walk around. Don't be a boss everywhere. And most of you can afford a smartwatch these days. So it can help count the steps for morning, how many steps you've taken. You look at your breathing rate and you work out. Personally, by 6:30, I'm always sometimes with Honorable Carol, with Honorable Shirabo, Honorable Katesh. We are already playing golf by 6:30, on the course by 6:30. Honorable Arion, you know, some of you by 6 you're playing basketball, doing what? So we need to work out. Huh? But that doesn't mean that it's an excuse for sitting here and we don't stretch. So let's move quickly, colleagues, because I'm presiding over the World Tourism Day celebration is after here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I'm called Lokoru Albert, Member of Parliament for Tepedi County in Karamoja. So I rise to support the motion on establishing the National Agricultural Bank in our country, Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is timely and ideal for our farmers. Because this time around in this country, we have projects to transform households in the rural areas. I come from Karamoja, where our main economic activity is livestock rearing. But in Karamoja, we have also...
Honorable, conclude. We have 1 minute each.
in the marketing of livestock. And you know what? The method of saving money is too traditional, and it warrants the establishment of this particular bank we are talking about. A person sells the bull at the cost of 2 million, but keeps the money just here at the chest or in the court, which is risky. But when we have this bank in place, which really it is implemented, it will help many of our rural farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Then Zumra.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support this motion. Then it is true, agriculture is the backbone in Uganda. And we MPs here, 90% were all farmers. What I'm advising us here, Right Honorable Speaker, farmers, local farmers are facing a lot of challenges, particularly the lack of capital. Then I'll be happy if the government support local farmers for agricultural loans. It will be very, very easy. Then it too, my people, for our constituents, they're questioning hose. Because recently here, government gave hose, then farmers were very happy. This time they request the government to support them. And
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I second the motion that the farmers. And my reasoning is that whenever we are establishing the bank, it should be accessible to the community. The location where we're going to put it, if it's going to be regional, let it go to every region, so that the farmers who are deep in the village of Obongi should be in position to access the bank. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Atkins. And Mamawi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and Mr. Minister. I'm really happy for you that this is coming when you're a Minister for Agriculture. I think this is the best news that everybody in this house should really be able to open their hands and welcome. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you get the opportunity to meet up with the head of state or the president, I think this will be a landmark achievement if it really ever comes to fruition. But Mr. Speaker, sir, agriculture and industrialization are like twin sisters. Agriculture is Nyakato and industrialization is Nyangoma. I would propose to government that this bank be trained to have agriculture and industrialization bank.
Conclude, Honorable. Conclude, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I was just saying that for us to complete the equation, we marry or intertwine agriculture with industrialization for us to really have a push into the middle income. But this is, Mr. Minister, this is something that you have to pursue before you're transferred to another ministry. Thank you very much.
There's a roaming transfer. Mamawi, then Arion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you go to our current banks we have now, there is somewhere written agricultural loans. But if you go to that section, you may find there is no consideration for agricultural loan because there is no any other crop which has a gestation period of less than 3 months. But when you are giving agricultural loans, someone expects you to pay before the 3 months. And which kind of agricultural loan are we talking about? Right, Honorable Speaker. We need a loan which can accommodate the farmers, putting in mind the gestation periods and the market effect at the same time, which can accommodate the situations which we need to avert. Right, Honorable Speaker, the loan we have also has issues. you attach a situation where you need me to give a land title. Yet with our local.
Thank you, Honorable Arion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to submit as a farmer. In 2009, there was formation of the Uganda Agricultural Credit Facility. And in this, the resources, the fund is managed by Bank of Uganda and government represented by Ministry of Finance. And this facility has been giving loans to the interest rate of 12%. Right Honorable Speaker, accessibility to that fund is a very big challenge. Right Honorable Speaker, I am fully in support of the formation of the Agricultural Bank.
I'm adding you a minute, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Why we need this bank is that we, the farmers, tomorrow we're expecting the Minister of Finance to come here and present himself about the situation we, the farmers, are going through. I am one of the victims. A loan of over 480 million I've invested in my seed development project. We used to work with NADS, everything scrapped off. We're in trouble. We need this bank. I submit.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Tebandeke, then Honorable Kanyike. Procedure?
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on the procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, government has set the agricultural loan, government is giving tractors, government is helping farmers in northern Uganda through Post Bank. And looking at this, if it's still necessary for this motion urging government to establish a separate bank, why not to ask government to improve on the services being rendered through Post Bank to the farmers? Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker?
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleague, we don't have Post Bank in Bushenyi, in the Mitoma. If for you, you're getting their services, for us, we are not. That's number one. Number two, government has many interventions scattered in different banks. Okay? There is a facility under Bank of Uganda. You go to UDB, you go to Centenary, you go to where they are scattered. Now, what the Honorable colleague is saying, they could be consolidated under one bank. So that instead of them being scattered, and this is a government bank, we come, we support it, and it is focusing on agriculture only and only. But above all, this is not a directive to government. It's a proposal to government to go and look at it. So government will still have leverage on seeing how best it can implement this resolution in case it is adopted. Okay? Yeah, so Honorable, I think we are proceeding well. So I had picked Honorable Tebandeke and then Honorable Kanyike and Honorable Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the mover of the motion and also strongly support it. Right Honorable Speaker, financial accessibility is the focal point in solving the challenges of the farmers. And I know when we establish an agricultural bank, will help in lending our farmers money for a longer period of time and payable with smaller interest. Some of the countries that have adopted this have developed so much in agriculture. For instance, in Nigeria. Right Honorable Speaker, reducing on poverty and improving on food production can be solved and improved by 80%. Should we establish the agricultural bank? I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I entirely support this motion. And I'm very excited that this initiative has come at a time where there is no elections in the future. I mean, in the few months, because many initiatives, they have not helped our people because they come at a time towards the elections or during election time, and they take them as political tokens. It is very true that our people are living in a destitute state of life. Many programs have not elevated them in their poverty state. We have our NDP3 and the Vision 2040, and the Sustainable Development Goal #1, which is no poverty. I think this program, if is well formulated and implemented, I'm very sure it will.
Thank you, Honorable Santa.
Thank the Right Honorable Speaker for giving me this chance. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion with these three submissions. One, I'm a farmer. Two, during the UPC government, we had a bank which would help farmers and give them loans at a subsidized price. So what happened during the UPC government? I would like to see it happen also during this government. Three, Right Honorable Speaker, majority of women are farmers and they're in the rural areas. They lack access to credit. So if this bank is given the light of the day, Right Honorable Speaker, then the women will have access to the farmer and they will improve their productivity and also improve, add value to their productivity. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Kyoga, Aisha, and then Rampara and Kumi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I associate myself mutatis mutandis with the submissions of my colleagues who are, and Right Honorable Speaker, the establishment of an agricultural bank is the best thing we can do for the country at the time. However, I must appreciate the fact that as a country, we do appreciate dual existence of an economy. We've appreciated capitalism in the Marxists. And in the very manner, if we must do social engineering at the very grassroots, the only way to go is to establish an agricultural bank that takes care of the interest of the common man or the oi polloi. And
Thank you. I had picked Aisha. Yeah, but Honorable, you know me and you when we are legal scholars. Mutatis mutandis, it means with necessary amendments and all that. So what amendments did you propose?
What I wanted to propose is that you cannot eat your cake and keep it at the same time. When we did appreciate the IMF and World Bank policies, our hands were arm twisted. And in so doing, we must be very careful in appreciating the establishment of such a bank that expects 100% government participation, which would be directly arm twisting the position of the World Bank and IMF. That is the intention of the mutatis mutandis. Thank you.
I haven't gotten the modifications. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much.
But it's good for the evening, you know. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. In August this year, my district started a cooperative society, farmers cooperative society. And last week they sat and resolved to start farmers shops around. And they have resolved that farmers would be loaned farm supplies against money. But then a big question to us leaders we are speaking to is like, who would facilitate these farm supplies, the fertilizers, the pesticides? Who is facilitating? So having a farmers bank is very, very important. But Right, Honorable Speaker, even when we don't have a right to bring motions that have financial implications, this is not going to be rocket science. You have started the parish development model. It's for farming. It's
No, honorable colleagues, we are at Rwampara. Rwampara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under the current agricultural products that we have in commercial banks, there are challenges for our local populace. You cannot even have an agricultural product insured under the schemes. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the establishment of an agricultural bank, not only shall it provide appropriate technology financing, but it will also provide affordable credit to our local farmers. This is a noble motion, and I therefore stand to support it because it will enable us increase productivity and agro-industrial development in Uganda. I thank you, and I call upon the minister and the government to receive it ably and ensure that it is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Then, I had said, yeah, Veronica, then Kumi. Then I pick Musana and Milton and Noah. Then I pick Nuru, I pick Frank, I pick Amos and Enos.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please, Honorable, please. We don't have much time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And the move of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, in this parliament, we have passed many programs, government programs aimed at improving the people's standards of living. But in most cases, we have failed. I pray, Right Honorable Speaker, before we offer our full support to the establishment of this agricultural bank, let us know and let our farmers out there know all the do's and don'ts of this bank, all the necessary requirements that the farmers will require to access the loans. Let us sensitize the people so that we establish a bank when they have all the information.
For me,
Right Honorable Speaker, I first want to appreciate the doctors, plus my honorable colleague, Honorable Chair, Remigio. Thank you for the brilliance. You are indeed looking at our future and you are after securing our future. Right Honorable Speaker, from the financial perspective of this country, looking at our economy and how it is performing, I have got a concern that the cost of hindering us from our progress that we have been waiting for. And therefore, this is the right moment for us to say we support this motion. Let government not waste the time. Support this brilliant idea from the brilliant doctors. It is the way to go. Right Honorable, once we support this motion and we have a national agricultural bank, you will note a decline in the cost of money straight away. Number two, we shall be able to raise our taxes.
Musana. Musana Milton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this motion. Most important, Mr. Speaker, this is a game changer. For the biggest problem the country has been facing, and this has been unemployment. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about agricultural value chain. We are talking about agro-processing. We are talking about value addition. These are only just been put on paper. How I wish if we introduce this, the National Agricultural Bank, and these are operationalized, we would see a lot of employment to our young people, and then we would solve the biggest problem we are facing in this country. We would have peace. The biggest challenge is the language of the agriculturists is only being understood by an agricultural bank.
Muuma.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion on two grounds. One, this motion is helping my party, our government, because this was a commitment made to Ugandans during campaigns that the NRM manifesto will see us have an agricultural bank to the farmers. So it is timely, and I thank the doctors who came up with this motion. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, in the early 1980s, the cooperative movement which was premised on the cooperative bank, which used to support farmers. Now that we are responding to the call and the plight of Ugandans, this is the right time that we should ask our government to fast track this.
Thank you. Noah?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my father was a chairperson of Bururi Cooperative Union in the 70s. This is the time when the farmers who were joined together to support the cooperative banks, which were existing by that time. But at the same time, the unions and the cooperative societies used to gather together. And of course, at the end of the day, when time of planting came, the seeds were in stores in time. But this is the time when we are in government, and when the season has started, we bring seeds at almost at the end of the season. I entirely support this bank, which will help our farmers, which will also help to revive the cooperative banks and the cooperative societies. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Nuru, Avako Merisa.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, Philippines started a commercial bank in 1908. China started the agricultural bank in 1951. In 2001, we fought to make sure Uganda Commercial Bank becomes an agricultural bank. But the government did not listen to us. Now that you have come, I'm so happy. Since 2001, I was here. Yes. And since 2001, I have not been happy. This is the only day that I'm now starting to smile, because the bank.
Thank you. Marisa?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the movers of this motion, the doctors, for this important motion. Right Honorable Speaker, the rural population in our country, Uganda, majorly depends on agriculture for their livelihood. And it is normally very difficult for them to practice commercialized agriculture due to financial constraints. And therefore, our second this motion highly that government really takes it upon to establish this agricultural bank. Thank you.
Enos, then Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I support the motion on two grounds. One is that I look at how accessible this bank can be to our farmers. The current commercial banks that we have that are trying to do provide services to farmers are not that accessible. That's number one. I also look at this as being another opportunity to have a bank that will have tailor-made services to the farmers. They provide what we really need, not what the commercial banks really offer to us. However, we also need to look at the challenges that come with a commercial bank that is fully owned by government. There's also a chance of misusing that opportunity, like UCB was mishandled by a few politicians. So I support the motion by all ways, but I say that we need to critically look at the proposal. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you. That's why, correct, I've been warning you on interference with UDB, Uganda Development Bank. There's a time when people knew you go to Uganda Development Bank, you get money. After you got finance, they make a call and they declare their own bad. And it was making big losses. Now, when we left them to be free to do corporate governance, now the funders, because we don't have much money to put in, so funders like Badea, like Islamic Development Bank, like IMF, will only give money if they find we are not interfering. We are doing our oversight duty. So we have very good examples for this. Now we can no longer interfere as politicians. And we have to always be very cautious in trying to interfere with operations of these banks. Otherwise, they will only get money which we can appropriate. And yet we cannot afford, for example, to raise $300 million. But now if they can borrow at concessional terms, then and they are run in an efficient cheap capital. So that's very, very important. Don't I worry, Joel?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The need for agricultural bank is long overdue. For us who come from West Nile, we know what the cooperative bank did at that time. The only time we had money in circulation in West Nile was when the cooperative bank was in existence. However, there are issues which need to be addressed regarding the agricultural bank. The security for the loans. This we need to squarely address it. The cost of insurance. Insurance in the commercial bank is about 2%. This is a little bit on the higher side for a normal farmer. We need to look at it critical. Then there's issue of, there's issue of incorporating the circles into this agricultural bank.
Moroto municipality, and then Oseku, Agago, then I conclude with Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am glad that we're discussing something that has been long overdue. That is the issue of supporting farmers. It's true, we can only transform this country through agriculture. But however, this has been lacking because most of the farmers have been borrowing money from money lenders to actually manage some of their farms. Honorable Speaker, this is a very good idea that I believe will support, especially those who have always had the ability or have had dreams of transforming from subsistence into commercial farming. So they will actually be able now to get money for also being able to progress into other business sectors. So I am glad that my colleagues here are supporting this. I also want to inform you that
thank you. Oseku?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am actually disappointed that the concept of PDM came without thinking about a thing like having this bank. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to take you right to the grassroots because these days agriculture has become very expensive. There is need for cheap credit. Our people don't even have land. Majority of people don't have land these days. They just rent land to farm. So when they get this money, they will be able to be involved and will get employment and productivity will go up and people will gain incomes. We need inputs for agriculture, vaccines, pesticides and the insecticides, but people cannot afford them. These days, even maize is sprayed. So people need the money. And this bank should be able to provide this.
Kasoro, then Amos, then Anwa, and we conclude with Asala.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise to support the motion, the proposals. Indeed, this is what can redeem the farmers of Uganda. They needed this yesterday. In our neighborhood, Kenya, this is what has reformed the farmers. Today, Honorable Speaker, you are struggling here with the Minister of Finance, asking for seedlings and what have you. If we had the agricultural bank, the scheme would have solved the problem. So it's like we are in silos. We are just in a bottle. We are not going anywhere because today we were discussing with what can be handled by this kind of arrangement. So it's my humble prayer, the Honorable Minister, that these proposals will have, you table them and be considered by the Cabinet of Uganda, because Uganda cannot move.
Thank you, Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion and all the ideas, good ideas members has contributed here. I stand to support it as well. Mr. Speaker, it is true we need agricultural bank. There is opportunity already. When you go to the rural people, this 80% of the farmers who are in this country, they already started an informal way of saving and lending money within themselves. And that is already an opportunity. With that opportunity, the government can build on. Although we need to also go deep and study, because this commercial bank will not allow such kind of bank to operate unless the government put the feet down and strong. Or else, even what we are going to...
Ricky?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, given that 80% of our population depends on agriculture or are directly employed in agriculture, this bank coming in is actually a little bit late, but still, to me, will transform agriculture into a money-making business for most of our farmers. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, given the patterns of the climate change and weather pattern is threatening agriculture, and through this bank, farmers would be able to insure their crops, and this will help in giving them the confidence in working on agriculture.
Thank you. Asada, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member who has brought this motion, and for sure I consider the mover and the seconder as heroes in this country. We needed this by yesterday, and I only request the Honorable Minister and those who sit in the cabinet to ensure that this goes through without any hindrance. Right Honorable Speaker, when you see our people, our farmers, how they get these other loans from these other banks, when you look at the requirements, when you look at the banks, they don't even consider when a farmer has made a loss and for them they want to continue paying. You see that really it is painful, and the only solution is having an agricultural bank. And it's only today that Parliament we are talking about our farmers, who are engaged in agriculture. I'm really very happy, and I think we're everybody.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you wanted to make a comment? No.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you submitted.
I want to thank Honorable Dr. Pear and the seconders for the proposal. I appreciate the logic. If you look at all our interventions in developing the agriculture sector, just like you will find breeding, seed generational multiplication, research important, so is agriculture financing. But because a clear framework of financing has never been discussed and put in place, we keep on, someone can say we keep on shifting from one trial to another. So my commitment to Parliament is we will receive the idea. Minister of Agriculture will prepare a policy document, pass it to the Minister of Finance. Let me finish. And then we will present this to Cabinet, because it involves a number of policy reforms. For example, the question of subsidy. We've been giving subsidy to the agriculture sector in all of these interventions, seeds, tractors, all of these are subsidies. Yes, so the question is it no more subsidy? Is it half subsidy? how do we go about it? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your guidance that we don't conclude it today and commit government and not be able to. So we will consult, and when the policy proposal is accepted, we would even through you engage this house through the relevant committee of agriculture, of trade, or maybe even finance, and then we'll move ahead. So I'm happy the proposals of the agriculture committee, it is not going to be in vain. Maybe I can take the information.
No, Honorable, information is supposed to help you in your submission. And then you said you want to conclude and then you take information. That won't be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We've debated for long. We need to conclude a few issues. So, colleagues, now let me put the question. Okay. Oh, I need to get my. Yes, that the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to establish a national agricultural bank be passed by this House. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. So, Honorable Minister, this is something which we cannot rush. I'm going to give you 6 months under Rule 220. Yes. For this, I have been in the cabinet. I know the process. This is something that has a financial implication, that has, where we need a serious business case and a study. We can't have it rushed. Okay, but crack on the dot of 6 months, please. I will need the minister to come but before then, you can even keep updating the House on the measures being taken to implement the resolution of this House. Thank you. Yes, next.
Item number 9 on the order paper, response by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development on the grabbing of land belonging to the Uganda Scout Association located in Kaz, Wakiso district.
Thank you. The minister is not with us here. Let's go to issues for Minister of Local Government, responses to the various issues.
Response by the Minister of Local Government on the delayed validation and approval of staff structures of newly created cities.
Thank you. I know even Minister of Public Service had gotten interested in this matter, but you work together as a government. So yeah. Let's use, Honorable Minister, you have only 10 minutes to answer all your issues. So just do a summary, they remain on record.
Members, the first issue was on local councils that don't have stamps.
Oh, no, they have called an item, Honorable Minister.
Hey.
Yes.
So I leave the other
specific
one.
item raised by Honorable Singoma on structures for newly created cities and effect on service delivery.
Honorable Mwesgwa MP Hoima, East Division, wanted to know why the country has delayed validation and approval of staff structures for newly created cities and its effect on service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, in January 2022, Cabinet under Minute 21, CT 2022, approved the 10 cities in Uganda, and it approved the structures for the 10 cities. To implement the structures, the following actions have been taken. 1, the structures were customized to enable the cities come up with individual human resource structures that addressed their uniqueness. 2, the customized city structures have been adopted by the respective city councils, and implementation guidelines for the said structures have been prepared and disseminated to the city authorities. 3, the job descriptions and person specifications were prepared to enable the city service commissions place the existing staff and recruit the right people in the right jobs. Right Honorable Speaker, validation of the existing staff formerly belonging to the respective municipalities and annexed areas from the mother district was also done and successfully concluded in all the 10 cities of Hoima, Masaka, Mbarara, Fort Portal, Soroti, Jinja, Mbale, Lira, Gulu, and Arua. Right Honorable Speaker, at the moment, city service commissions are undertaking a placement exercise for the existing staff, and upon completion, external advertisements will be run in the media by the end of the So validation has taken place.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That's enough. We don't have much time. You have many questions. Don't repeat it, sort of. Thank you. No, she has been one of the most royal ministers to this house. She's ever here from 2 p.m. until late, and then she goes for the field on other days. So we appreciate you, Honorable Minister. Next.
Response by the minister on the provision of stamps to sub-counties in Nawanende Town Council in Kamuli District for LC1 chairperson.
Right Honorable Minister, the government committed to print and distribute stamps for all local councils. But somewhere some councils complained that they were omitted. And in case any member has a council that has the same complaint, the process is the Chief Administrative Officer writes to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government, for order and printing of those stamps. For those that complained, we are printing the stamps at the moment, and the moment they are ready, we shall distribute them. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. No, honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, read the Rule 44 sub-rule 2. Such a questions, you have a supplementary question which can only be raised by a member who raised the issue. No, please, I need it in writing. And there is nothing related. Rule 44 sub-rule 2. I'm applying your rules, honorable colleagues, not mine. So next.
Response by the minister on when government will operationalize the 5 remaining cities.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The 5 cities have not yet been operationalized because Parliament passed a rule that interim governments are abolished. So these cities will be operationalized in 2025 so that members can participate in elections to head these cities. They are pending and they will be operationalized at that time. A member now is asking which cities are those. I get permission from the speaker because the question stopped where he was.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next.
Response by the minister on modalities for sharing of properties between cities and mother districts.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The question was not on municipalities at all. The question was on...
Honorable Minister, focus.
Just a minute. Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Local Government is working with the Attorney General to come up with the local government in bracket cities regulations in accordance with the section 175 of the Local Government Act, Cap 243, and the process is in the final stages. The draft regulations provide a framework for equitable sharing of assets between the districts and cities in accordance with section 188 of the Local Government Act, Cap 241. Right Honorable Speaker, we quote these caps because there was a court ruling that the Minister of Local Government had not considered the stipulations in this. And I hope the Attorney General told you something, whispered that he's about to provide, and deadline is Thursday this week. Because
Thank
I
you.
told him to whisper to you before he leaves.
Thank you. My whispers with the Attorney General cannot be formal.
Response. Response by the minister on delays by government to honor its shillings 10,000 monthly pledge to the local council leaders.
That one. Thank you, Right
Who raised
Honorable
the
Speaker.
matter, Clerk?
The government of Uganda pays
Matter raised by Honorable Najuma Sarah, woman
So,
MP in
Honorable
and
Najuma Sarah.
Mukasa Aloysius.
Yes,
Okay.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The government of Uganda pays ex gratia in shillings 120,000 annually to all LC1s and LC2 chairpersons, which is equivalent shillings 10,000 per month. Government policy is that this money is cumulated and paid once at the end of every financial year. On the issue of local council leaders missing out on ex gratia, the Ministry of Local Government is in the process of verifying the number of leaders who missed out. A process we hope to conduct. We will then communicate to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the current deficit, if any, for appropriate action. The Ministry of Local Government has received feedback that this money is insufficient to enable these leaders execute the various mandates given the current economic situation. The ministry has already prepared and submitted a comprehensive cabinet paper on emoluments of local council leaders, which is awaiting discussion and consideration by cabinet. This is increment. We submitted now requesting for increment.
Thank you. Honorable
one of the
Minister,
cabinet.
please. Yes. Honorable Minister, you have answered all the questions you've had that have been pending. Okay? Honorable Minister, I hope you have answered all. You don't have any other pending question. Thank you. And that covers the issue which the Minister of Public Service was also talking about. Isn't it, Minister of Public Service? Are you satisfied? Because we don't have time, we will have to. Yeah.
Yes, Right Honorable, the answers she gave are the same as from the public service.
You work together.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. So thank you, honorable colleagues, for being here till late. House adjourned till tomorrow at 2 p.m.